You're standing at the edge of a jungle, or maybe a desert, or a shoreline long buried under centuries of silt and silence. You're barefoot. You don't remember how you got here. There's no road behind you, no map in your hand. But the air feels heavy, like it's waiting to tell you something. You walk forward. A breeze moves through the trees, or the dunes, or the ruins. It carries the faintest scent of wood smoke and old paper. You think you see a shadow move in the corner of your vision, but when you turn your head, there's nothing. Just silence and stone, and the weight of a question you didn't know you were about to ask. This isn't history like you learned it in school. There are no bullet points here, no multiple choice answers, no neatly drawn timelines. This is the other kind of history. The kind etched in ruins, burned into the earth, or whispered into clay. This is the part where the trail ends, where the words run out, where all that's left are fragments, unread books, sunken cities, broken statues with eyes that seem just a little too aware. And you lucky you get to walk straight into it. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And while we're at it, tell me, where in the world are you watching from? And what time is it there? Let's build a constellation of night owls and mystery seekers across the globe. It's 3 a.m. in Chicago, midnight in Barcelona, sunrise in Cebu. The past is wide awake and you're not alone in listening. Now turn off the lights, maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. You shuffle along a dusty stone corridor. Moss creeps up the walls. The scent of earth and time is thick in your nose. Ahead of you, carved into a crumbling archway, are 3 words, not in English, not in Latin, older than both. You don't know how you understand them, but somehow you do. They say we are watching. You step inside. You feel the pressure change before you see anything. The jungle presses in, lush dark, and vibrating with life. You brush past a curtain of vines, and suddenly, there it is, a massive stone pyramid rising like a tooth from the green. Its steps are cracked. Its face is smeared with lichen. But still it stands. This was once the heart of a Maya city. Maybe Tikal. Maybe Palenque. Maybe Copan. Hard to tell anymore. Nature doesn't really respect ancient borders. The trees don't care that these plazas used to be filled with dancers and kings and scribes who map the stars better than most modern astronomers. They've taken the cities back, swallowed them whole. Here's the strange thing, though. The Maya didn't vanish. Their cities, yes, abandoned. Their writing forgotten for centuries. Their temples buried in dirt and myth. But the people still here, speaking Yucatec and Quiche and Mam, still making crafts and planting maize, still remembering even if much of what they remember comes in fragments. So what happened? That's the question that's haunted archaeologists, linguists, and armchair mystery hunters for decades. Because the Maya collapse wasn't a bang, it was a slow-motion unraveling. A 1,000-year-old light bulb flickering out across an entire region, city by city, kingdom by kingdom, like someone pulling plugs from a board and walking away. You reach the top of the pyramid. The view is breathtaking trees, as far as you can see, stretching out like a jade sea. Once this was the skyline of a metropolis. Tens of thousands of people lived below. They carved stone calendars more accurate than our own. They performed cranial surgery with obsidian blades. They played a ritual ball game that ended in blood. And then, vines. Let's rewind. The Maya weren't just some scattered jungle tribe. They built one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the ancient world. Their cities were planned with almost terrifying precision. Roads lined up with solstices. Temples echoed the movements of Venus. Their writing system, fully developed logosyllabic complex carved into jade and bark paper and the walls of temples. They tracked time using the long count calendar, which divided history into units called baktuns, each one roughly 394 years. At their peak around 250 to 900 CE, Maya civilization stretched across what is now southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. It was a tapestry of city-states, Tikal, Calakmul, Caracol, each with its own kings, rivalries, and monumental architecture. And then around the 9th century CE, something broke. In the southern lowlands where the most elaborate city stood, the lights went out. Temples stopped being built. Royal inscriptions ceased. Long count dates faded away. Some sites were hastily abandoned. Others show signs of internal revolt. Altars desecrated. Palaces burned. The jungle moved in quiet and hungry. Historians still debate whether there was a single cause. Spoiler alert, there wasn't. But if you want a main suspect, start with the climate. Paleoclimatologists, yes, that's a real job, have analyzed lake sediments, stalactites, and ancient mud to chart the region's rainfall patterns. And what they found is chilling a series of prolonged droughts between 800 and 1000 CE. Not one bad season, not a fluke. A sustained climate collapse that shattered the agricultural backbone of Maya society. Imagine depending on seasonal rains to feed your crops. Now imagine those rains don't come. Again and again. The maize withers. The reservoirs dry. The priests offer blood, and the gods stay silent. But drought alone doesn't kill a civilization, not one this advanced. People adapt. They move. They engineer. Unless the system is already stretched to its limit. Enter deforestation. To feed their massive cities, the Maya cleared forests for farmland. They used slash-and-burn agriculture. Effective short-term, but over time it stripped the soil. Depleted nutrients. Caused erosion. As the trees disappeared, so did the land's ability to recover. Topsoil washed away. Rivers clogged. Crops failed. Panic spread, and that's when politics made everything worse. The Maya world wasn't a unified empire. It was a checkerboard of fiercely independent city-states, each ruled by a divine king. These kings didn't just govern. They performed rituals to maintain cosmic order. Their legitimacy came from the gods. And when the rains stopped, that legitimacy crumbled like limestone in a monsoon. Warfare surged. City fought city for dwindling resources. Temples were no longer built for worship. They were built for defense. Fortifications went up. Mass graves appeared. The beautiful interconnected Maya web began to tear itself apart. You run your fingers across a glyph carved into a crumbling stela. The inscription ends mid-sentence like someone stopped carving and never came back. It's eerie, personal, like finding a half-written letter from a ghost. Here's the kicker though, not every Maya city fell. In the north, around Chichen Itza and Uxmal Maya, culture adapted. Power shifted. New trade routes opened. Society reorganized. Some cities even thrived for a while longer, which means the collapse wasn't a single event. It was a mosaic of disasters staggered across regions and decades. The story didn't end. It fragmented, and then as if history wasn't cruel enough, the Spanish arrived in the 16th century. They brought steel horses, disease, and missionary zeal. They burned Codice's books of Maya knowledge, believing them to be satanic. Of the thousands that once existed, only 4 survive. The rest, ash, 1,000 years of astronomy, medicine, ritual history, erased in minutes by fire. You sit quietly on the pyramid's edge. The wind rustles the treetops like surf. Somewhere below, a howler monkey cries into the green. You wonder what it must have been like to watch your gods go quiet, to see the sky turn against you, to walk away from a world built on stars and time and stone. But you're not alone. The descendants of the Maya are still here, living in Guatemala, Belize, southern Mexico. They speak the old languages. They make music and art and chocolate just like their ancestors did. The civilization didn't die. It transformed. Like a calendar rolling over into a new Baktun. Still, the mystery lingers. Why did it collapse so completely? Why did cities with so much knowledge and precision and power fall to vines and silence? Historians still debate whether the final nails were environmental, political, or spiritual. Maybe all of them. Maybe none. Maybe we're asking the wrong questions. You stand up, brush the moss from your hands, and as you descend the pyramid steps, one thing becomes clear. The Maya didn't leave answers. They left riddles. And maybe that's the point. You're walking across a desert now. Dry, flat, endless. The kind of place where your footsteps vanish almost as soon as you leave them, blown away by wind that's more memory than breeze. It's hot, but not the sticky kind of heat. This is ancient heat. The kind that's been baking the same piece of earth for centuries without interruption. The ground is covered in pebbles, reddish brown, oxidized like rusted iron, but something feels off. You stop, squint down. There's a strange line etched into the desert floor. It's shallow, just an inch or 2 deep, but it cuts through the pebbles, revealing a lighter layer of soil underneath. It stretches forward, and forward, and it doesn't stop. You follow it. After a while, another line crosses it, intersecting at a perfect angle. Then another. You walk for what feels like hours, following this sprawling, silent geometry, until finally you climb a metal viewing tower bolted to the side of a hill. And that's when you see it. From above, the lines aren't just lines. They're a picture. A hummingbird with wings spread wide, drawn as if the artist had miles of canvas and no room for error. Next to it, a spider the size of a school bus. A monkey with a curled tail. A condor with a wingspan that could smother a football field. And just like that, the desert floor transforms into a giant sketchbook, 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and nearly 70 biomorphic shapes. Welcome to the Nazca lines. This isn't just art. It's a message, one we haven't decoded. The Nazca civilization thrived in southern Peru from around 100 BCE to 800 CE. These people weren't a footnote. They engineered massive aqueduct systems, practiced complex agriculture, and left behind some of the most haunting pottery in South America. But their crowning achievement, these drawings, carved not with machines or blueprints or aerial maps, but with wooden stake string and sheer will. From the ground, most of the lines don't make sense. You're too close. The scale is so huge, so absurd, that your brain doesn't even register what you're looking at. Only from above, hundreds of feet in the air, do the patterns emerge, which raises the obvious question, how? How do you draw a 300-foot-long hummingbird without seeing it from the sky? Archaeologists have tested this. And yes, technically, it's possible. You mark out a scaled grid using stakes and ropes. Then you copy a smaller sketch onto that grid, dot by dot, line by line, scraping away the top layer of pebbles to expose the lighter soil beneath. Precision by repetition. It's genius-level spatial reasoning. Not divine, just human. So fine, that's the how. But the real mystery, the why. There are dozens of theories, and most of them sound reasonable until they don't. The first theory, astronomy. In the 1940s, a German mathematician named Piri Reis devoted her entire life to studying the Nazca lines. She lived in a tiny hut in the desert for decades, measuring angles, mapping constellations, and arguing that many of the lines align with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, lunar risings. She believed the Nazca people had built a giant astronomical calendar into the desert, tracking the sky across centuries. And some lines do align with solar events. One points directly to the June solstice sunrise, another to the December solstice. But with hundreds of lines, some alignments are inevitable. It's like staring at clouds and seeing shapes you can always find meaning if you want to. So maybe not an observatory, at least not only. Another theory, water. This one has more traction. The Nazca Desert is dry, bone dry. It averages less than an inch of rainfall per year. But beneath the surface lies a network of ancient aquifers and spiral wells called pukios, still functional today. Some archaeologists argue that the lines may map underground water sources. Others think the geoglyphs are prayers' ritual pathways designed to summon water from the gods. There's even evidence that some lines were walked on repeatedly. Their grooves are worn down like ceremonial paths. Picture it, barefoot figures in procession chanting as they walk the shape of a monkey or a bird or a spiral. A giant ritual meant to be seen not by people, but by gods. It's beautiful, poetic, and still unprovable. Then there's the performance theory. Maybe the Nazca lines were meant for the dead. In Andean mythology, the soul travels upward after death into the mountains, the sky, the stars. The desert floor becomes a spiritual runway. The figures, cosmic maps for souls. A monkey to guide, a condor to lift, a spider to weave you into the afterlife. Again, maybe. Of course, we can't forget the wild theory. The one that gets all the clicks. The one whispered by TV shows and UFO forums. Ancient Aliens, Erich von Däniken, author of Chariots of the Gods, argued that the Nazca lines were landing strips for extraterrestrial spacecraft. I mean, they're huge. They're geometric. They're visible from the sky. Who else could they be for? Never mind that the runways aren't wide enough for most human vehicles, let alone interstellar ones. Never mind that they're made of soft desert soil, not ideal for landing anything heavier than a sheep. Never mind that the people who made them left behind pottery textiles, rituals, and no sign of visiting aliens. Still, the alien theory lives on because mystery is addicting. Because sometimes it's easier to believe in beings from the stars than to admit that ancient humans were smarter than we give them credit for. But maybe we've been asking the wrong question. What if the Nazca lines weren't meant to be solved? What if they were art? Not practical, not prophetic, just beautiful, just sacred. Imagine living in a place where nothing lasts. No trees, no rivers, no snow, just dust and wind and time. Imagine you want to leave something behind, something eternal. So you carve a line in the earth, then another, then a shape, then a story no one else will ever fully understand. But it's not for them, it's for the future. And that's the strange magic of the Nazca lines. They survived precisely because of where they were built. The desert's dryness protected them. No rain, no erosion, just centuries of silence. The very lifelessness of the land made the drawings immortal. You descend the metal tower slowly, your footsteps crunching in the sand. You glance back at the spider, the monkey, the bird so vast and quiet that they feel like dreams. They stare up at the sky as if waiting for someone or something to look down and recognize their shape. You don't have the answer, but maybe that's okay. Not every mystery is a puzzle. Some are just reminders that someone was here, that they saw beauty in the desert, and they left it behind. You're in a field now. The grass is short, yellowed by sun. Insects buzz lazily. A few cows graze nearby, paying no attention to what's just beyond them. Massive, unmoving, and so still it almost blends into the landscape. But then you look closer. It's a head, not a skull. Not a sculpture in the modern sense, an enormous stone head, as tall as a man and wider than a truck tire. The face is heavy-lidded, full-lipped jaw, strong eyes calm and impassive. The kind of expression that doesn't blink, doesn't speak, but seems to know something. And this one isn't alone. 17 of them have been found. Colossal heads scattered across the southern Gulf Coast of Mexico in what is now Veracruz and Tabasco, carved from basalt boulders weighing up to 50 tons. Each one unique, each one with a face, and none of them with answers. Welcome to the Olmec mystery. The Olmec civilization flourished from roughly 1400 to 400 BCE. That's over 1,000 years before the Maya built Tikal, and nearly 2,000 before the Aztecs raised Tenochtitlan from a lake. The Olmecs are often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, and it fits. They were the first to build cities, carve hieroglyphs, worship jaguar gods, and perform rituals involving blood fire and the stars. And yet, despite all that, we don't really know them. Not like we know the Greeks or the Egyptians or even the Maya. Their writing system still undeciphered. Their beliefs, faint shadows behind clay and stone. Their cities mostly swallowed by jungle and erosion. The only thing that remains in perfect clarity are the heads. They were first discovered in the 1860s by a farmer digging a field. At first, people thought it was a boulder. Then they saw the face. Thick lips, flat nose, helmeted head. It had no writing, no explanation. Just a face rising from the earth like a question. Since then, others have been unearthed, some lying on their sides, others buried up to the brow, always in or near ceremonial centers like San Lorenzo and La Venta. Always silent. Here's what we do. No, these heads weren't mass-produced. Each one is distinct. Different cheekbones, different eyes, different frown lines. They were portraits, probably of rulers or ball players or deified ancestors. Some wear helmets adorned with plumes or bands, possibly headgear from the Mesoamerican ball game, possibly ceremonial. Maybe both. But this is where the trail starts to fade, because carving a 50-ton head from basalt isn't just artistic, it's logistical. The nearest quarry was often dozens of miles away. The Olmecs had no wheels, no metal tools, no beasts of burden, just humans' ropes, and a lot of time. So how did they do it? Theories abound. They may have dragged the boulders across wooden rollers, or floated them down rivers during flood season, or carved them in place slowly and methodically, using stone tools and fire to crack the surface? No one's sure. We've never found the workshop, just the results, and the results are unsettling. Stand in front of one of these heads, and you feel it. That eerie calm. The way the eyes seem to register your presence. As if the face isn't just stone. As if it's listening. Some are aligned purposefully, facing east toward the rising sun. Others are grouped in plazas or positioned near platforms. Their placement wasn't random. It had meaning. Maybe cosmological, maybe political, maybe both. In the Olmec world, nothing was just one thing. Even the ball game, which may explain the helmets, was never just a sport. It was ritual, warfare, sacrifice, theater, a game where the stakes could be cosmic balance or your own life. Some scholars believe the heads could represent champion players immortalized in stone. Others insist they were kings, their power etched into volcanic rock, so they could rule even in death. There's no writing on them, no dates, no names, just the face. And that face, it sparked another theory, a controversial one. In the mid-20th century, some writers claimed that the heads had African features, broad noses, full lips, and used that to argue for pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americas. It was a seductive idea, rich with romantic implications, but also rooted in projection more than evidence, because the reality is simpler. The faces look like the people who carved them. Indigenous Mesoamerican facial features are diverse, some broad, some narrow, some angular, some round. These weren't statues of outsiders. They were portraits of locals, powerful ones. Still, the theory persists, less as fact, more as fascination. And that says more about us than about the Olmecs. Another theory suggests the heads marked sacred or liminal spaces, plazas where ceremonies unfolded under ancestral gaze. Perhaps they were guardians watching over temples or tombs, sentinels made not to fight, but to remember, to bear witness. You circle one of the heads. The back is smooth, no decoration, just stone. It feels unfinished. Or maybe that's the point. The Olmecs didn't leave behind long inscriptions or manifestos. Their message wasn't in words. It was in weight. Here's something strange. Many of the heads were found alone. Not buried in crypts, not hidden in temples, just lying in open fields. As if the civilization vanished mid-sentence. As if they didn't have time to finish what they were doing. Some were even found face down. Why? Maybe they were toppled by enemies. Maybe by earthquakes. Maybe even by the Olmecs themselves, during moments of ritual transition when old power had to be buried to make way for the new. We'll probably never know. By the time the Maya began recording history in hieroglyphs, the Olmecs were already gone. Their cities abandoned, their language lost, their heads, their most enduring legacy, scattered across the land like chess pieces left behind after the game. And yet their influence runs deep. The idea of divine kingship, Olmec. The layout of ceremonial centers, Olmec. Blood ritual, jaguar gods, sacred ball courts, calendar systems all trace back to them. They weren't a prelude. They were the foundation, and then they disappeared. You step back from the head. The sun is low now, casting long shadows across the field. The stone face glows orange, then red, then gray. Still watching, still waiting. Historians still debate whether the heads were tomb markers, ball game trophies, or cosmic judges. The truth probably is yes to all. The Olmecs didn't build in compartments. They built in layers. Everything was sacred. Everything meant more than it seemed. And that's what makes the heads so haunting. They don't just ask who, they ask why. Why carve faces into boulders and move them across rivers? Why leave them unmarked? Why make them so large, so heavy, so present? Maybe it was about legacy, or memory, or fear. Maybe the heads weren't just for the people. Maybe they were for the gods. Or maybe, just maybe, they were for us. A message left in stone saying, we were here, we saw, we built. Now, it's your turn to wonder. You're climbing now. The rock under your palms is warm, sunlit, and worn smooth by generations of hands. To your left, a sheer drop. To your right, sandstone cliffs rise like rust-colored waves, carved by time into soft curves and secret hollows. You pull yourself up onto a narrow ledge, then duck into a shadowed alcove, and just like that, you're inside someone's home. It's empty, of course. Has been for 700 years, but the fingerprints are still here. A metate ground into stone where corn was once milled. Soot on the ceiling from long cold cooking fires. Finger-width beams, hand-hewn and sun-dried, still holding up ceilings above the silent rooms. This was once a thriving community, carved not on the ground, but into the very bones of the cliffs. Welcome to the dwellings of the ancestral Puebloans, sometimes called the Anasazi, a Navajo word meaning ancient enemies or ancestors of our enemies, depending on who's translating. These were a people who built cities into impossible places, high mesas, narrow alcoves, sheer canyon walls. They didn't just survive in the American Southwest, they engineered the landscape to their rhythm. Between about 600 and 1300 CE, the Four Corners region, where Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico meet, was dotted with settlements. Some were small farming hamlets. Others were grand urban centers like Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, and Betatacan. Towering stone structures rose against desert skies, with hundreds of rooms, intricate kivas sunk into the ground for ceremony, and roads that stretched in eerily straight lines over impossible terrain. They built multi-story apartment complexes out of sandstone blocks set with adobe mortar. Some buildings were 4 or 5 stories high, comparable in height and density to modern urban housing. In Chaco Canyon, alone, over a dozen great houses stood in monumental plazas, aligned with lunar cycles and solstices. This wasn't frontier life. This was civilization. A civilization that didn't just observe the sky, they built it into their architecture. And then they left, not in chaos, not in flames, not with the drama of conquest or plague or some biblical-sounding catastrophe. Just gone. By the late 13th century, the great cliff dwellings were abandoned. Chaco was empty. Mesa Verde's kivas were sealed. The roads fell silent. What happened? Let's start with the land. The Southwest is harsh, arid, fragile, prone to extremes. The ancestral Puebloans practiced dryland farming using runoff check dams and terraces to grow corn beans and squash. But they were always dancing on the edge of sustainability. Tree ring data. Yes, you can read history in the rings of ancient wood tells a sobering story. The late 1200s brought a mega drought. Not just a bad year, but a decade of relentless dryness. Crops failed, reservoirs emptied, springs ran dry. But drought alone doesn't empty a city. These people were resilient. They'd survived previous dry periods. So what else was at work? Some scholars point to environmental degradation, over-farming, deforestation, over-hunting. As the population grew, The strain on the land increased. Soil lost fertility. Firewood became scarce. The delicate balance broke. Still others suggest social collapse. Archaeological evidence from this period shows signs of violence: crushed skulls, burned structures, mass graves. Not necessarily from outside invaders, but internal conflict, clan warfare raiding social unrest. Imagine this: your harvest fails. Your neighbor's harvest fails. There's no food, no rain, no relief. Tensions rise. Spiritual systems falter. Kivas, once the sacred centers of life, go quiet. The social contract phrase. But there's another theory. One that feels quieter, gentler. Migration. Oral traditions among modern Pueblo peoples, the Hopi Zuni Acoma, and others speak of long journeys, of sacred migrations, of ancestors who moved from place to place under spiritual guidance, leaving behind homes when their time was done. According to these stories, places like Mesa Verde weren't abandoned out of desperation, but out of ritual. They weren't ruined. They were retired, left behind in reverence, sealed with prayer. And when Spanish explorers arrived centuries later, they found stone cities filled with silence and no one to explain them. You walk through a narrow tunnel and emerge into an open plaza. The rooms around you are low and windowless, perfect for preserving heat in the cold winters and blocking out the blazing summer sun. A kiva sits in the center, circular subterranean, with a small hole in the floor called a sipapu, symbolizing the portal from which life emerged. The roof is gone now, but you can imagine it. A ladder descending into firelight, chants echoing off the walls, the scent of cedar and smoke. This was more than architecture. This was belief carved into stone. But belief can fracture. Systems can falter. When the rains failed and the corn died and the stars no longer aligned with the kiva openings, did the people stop believing? Or did they see it as a sign to move on? There's a famous petroglyph in Chaco Canyon, the Sun Dagger. Atop Fajada Butte, 3 massive slabs of rock cast shifting beams of light across a carved spiral. On the summer solstice, the sunlight pierces the spiral precisely. On the winter solstice, it frames it. A prehistoric calendar, a cosmic clock. But by the time it was discovered, in the 1970s, it hadn't been used in centuries. The people had moved on, and yet they're not gone. That's the twist in this tale. The ancestral Puebloans didn't vanish. Their descendants are still here, living in villages across the Southwest, speaking Tiwa Karasan Hopi, performing ceremonies passed down through centuries, remembering even if the remembering is stitched into stories, not stone. To them, places like Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde aren't lost cities. They're sacred landscapes. Places where their ancestors emerged, not disappeared, where time folds inward, where stories whisper louder than history. You sit for a moment in the shade of the cliff. A breeze rolls through the canyon, stirring dust. For a second, you hear something: footsteps, a voice, but no one's there. Just the echo of a world that once lived here. A world of builders and astronomers, of farmers and priests, of children laughing in the stone halls, of people who climbed cliffs every day to go home. And when they left, they didn't shout. They didn't fall. They stepped into the next part of the journey. They knew that sometimes survival isn't staying. It's leaving with grace. And maybe that's the lesson here. Not everything ends in fire. Sometimes things end with silence and sunlight, and the faint memory of a door being gently closed. You're walking along a ridge now. The trees thin, and a breeze picks up, rustling the tall grass at your feet. Ahead, the land rises in a gentle arc, and then another, and another. It looks like a series of soft hills, at first low mounds barely taller than you. But then you climb the viewing platform and look down. It's a snake, not a real one, but something far stranger. A serpent made of earth, massive, sinuous, coiled across the hilltop like it's been resting here for 1,000 years. Which, as it turns out, it has. This is the Great Serpent Mound in Adams County, Ohio. It measures 1,348 feet long from tip to tail. That's about the height of the Empire State Building if you unwound it and laid it flat across the countryside. And it's not just a big squiggle. It's precise. Its curves have rhythm. Its coils have meaning. Its mouth, wide and open, is about to consume something, a large egg-shaped oval. Maybe a cosmic egg. Maybe the sun. Maybe a question no one's been able to answer. There's no inscription. No obvious structure, no bones, no tomb. Just earth shaped into something so monumental and so mysterious that we're still not sure who made it or why. Let's start with the facts, what little we have. The Serpent Mound is the largest effigy mound in the world. It was built entirely out of layered earth and stone, its body undulating across a narrow plateau above a stream called Brush Creek. The serpent's tail spirals into a tight coil. Its body bends 7 times, and its head aligns with the setting sun on the summer solstice. That's not an accident. None of this is. For decades, archaeologists thought the Adena people built it around 500 BCE. They were known for constructing burial mounds nearby, and early excavations found Adena artifacts close to the site. But then, in the 1990s, carbon dating of charcoal from inside the mound told a different story around 1070 CE, roughly 1,000 years after the Adena. That puts the Serpent Mound in the time of the Fort Ancient culture. So, who was it, Adena Fort Ancient? Some argue it was built by one and modified by the other, a shared legacy, or maybe a cultural echo. But even if we settle, the who, the why remains just as slippery. The first theory, it's an astronomical calendar. On solstices and equinoxes, the sun aligns with specific points along the serpent's body. Some researchers believe each bend corresponds to a lunar phase, tracking a full 18.6-year lunar cycle. Others argue it mirrors constellations, specifically Draco the Serpent Star, that winds its way through the northern sky. Think about that. You're living in a world without electric light, without glowing screens, without clocks. The sky isn't background, it's instruction. So you map it. You embody it. You build it into the land. You make a serpent out of earth that moves like the stars. It's poetic and plausible. Another theory, it's religious. Serpents appear throughout Native American mythology. They represent water transformation renewal. In some stories, they're guardians of the underworld, creatures of power, mystery, and transition. Perhaps the Serpent Mound is a spiritual pathway, a place to honor ancestors, a place to journey between worlds, or maybe a boundary marker, a signpost between the realms of the living and the dead. The oval in the serpent's mouth, interpreted by some as an egg, only deepens the mystery. Is the snake devouring it, protecting it, giving birth to it? Or is it none of the above? You walk along the path that follows the serpent's curves. The grass is soft underfoot, The air smells like earth and leaves. It's strangely quiet here. Even the birds seem hesitant to speak. As you trace the coils, you realize how precise they are, how intentional. This isn't art born of chaos. It's engineering wrapped in symbolism. An animal sculpted with astronomical alignment, mathematical planning, and spiritual meaning. But here's the twist. There's no body inside the mound. No burials, no offerings, no altars. Most ancient earthworks in the region served funerary purposes, but not this one. This isn't a tomb. It's a message. Some researchers believe the serpent mound was built to commemorate a celestial event, possibly the appearance of Halley's Comet in 1066 CE. Others link it to an ancient meteor impact crater located right beneath the site. Yes, you heard that right. The serpent mound lies at the center of a 300 million year old astrobleme, a scar left by something that fell from the sky. Coincidence maybe, or maybe this was the perfect place for a cosmic monument. And then there's the theory, no one wants to say too loudly aliens. Of course, because every ancient mystery eventually gets that label. The scale, the symmetry, the celestial alignments. Too precise, too grand, too mysterious for ancient humans. But again, as always, we underestimate the people who came before us. They didn't have telescopes or calculators, but they had time, and memory, and sky. They watched the stars every night. They tracked them year after year, generation after generation. They didn't need aliens. They had patience. They had culture. They had belief. You reach the serpent's tail, curled in a tight spiral like a sleeping snake. You stand at the edge of it and look back across its winding body. From this angle, it's hard to see the shape. It just looks like grass and earth. You have to be above it to understand it. You have to rise, which brings us to the final theory. The one I like best. Maybe it's not meant for us. Maybe the serpent mound wasn't built for humans at all. Maybe it was built for the gods, or the spirits, or the ancestors who looked down from above. Maybe the only ones ever meant to see it fully were those no longer bound to the ground. It's easy to forget that not all art is made for eyes. Some is made for memory, or for ritual, or for eternity. And that's the serpent mound's power. It's not just big. It's not just old. It's unknowable. And that drives us crazy. We want answers. We want labels. But the serpent doesn't care. It coils. It watches. It waits. And it endures. You step off the ridge and into the trees, the coils of the serpent fading behind you like a dream you almost remember. Somewhere far away, the sun sets. Somewhere else, a snake made of stone opens its mouth and keeps its secrets. The wind smells different here. It's heavier, tinged with damp grass and the ghost of river mud. You're standing in the middle of what looks like an open field in southern Illinois. At first glance, there's nothing remarkable about it, just grass and sky and silence. But then you look closer. The ground isn't flat. To your left, a gentle rise. Another behind you. Ahead, a massive slope, almost symmetrical climbing, higher than the trees around it. It's not a hill. It's not natural. It's a mound. And this is not just any mound. This is Monk's Mound, the largest prehistoric earthen structure in North America. Bigger in footprint than the Great Pyramid of Giza. Built by hand, basketful by basketful, over centuries. And it wasn't alone. Once more, then 120 of these mounds rose from this plain, arranged around vast plazas, streets, and ceremonial centers. This wasn't farmland. It was a city, a metropolis, a place larger than London in 1100 CE. And almost no one knows it existed. Welcome to Cahokia, the greatest American city you were never taught about. Cahokia rose around 700 CE near the confluence of the Mississippi, Missouri, and Illinois rivers. This location wasn't just lucky, it was strategic. A trade nexus, a transportation hub, a spiritual crossroads. At its peak, around 1050, 1200 CE, as many as 20,000 people lived here. Some estimates say more. For comparison, that was bigger than Paris at the same time. And they weren't just camping. They were organized. The city was planned with zoning. Religious centers in the middle. Residences radiating outward. Roads laid out in grids. A massive central plaza served as a civic and ceremonial heart. It was ringed by flat-topped pyramidal mounds, some capped with wooden structures. Temples, homes. For elite families, maybe both. At the core stood Monk's Mound, rising 100 feet tall with 4 terraces and a broad summit. No one's buried inside. Instead, it may have supported the residence or temple of Cahokia's ruler, a priest-king, whose authority came not just from politics, but from the divine. Sound familiar, like the Maya, like the Egyptians, like every civilization where someone stood at the center and said, "I speak for the gods." And then there's Woodhenge. Yes, you heard that right. Just west of Monk's Mound, archaeologists found large timber circles originally made from massive red cedar posts, carefully arranged in rings. The posts weren't just decorative, they were astronomical. On the solstices and equinoxes, the sun rose and set in perfect alignment with specific posts. It was a calendar, a clock, a place to track the turning of the seasons, the return of the sun, the cycles of life and ritual. This wasn't superstition. It was cosmology-made architecture. The people of Cahokia were part of what we now call the Mississippian culture, a vast network of societies stretching from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. They shared iconography, trade goods, and religious practices. But Cahokia was the heartbeat. Its influence spread far beyond its borders. Copper from the Great Lakes, mica from the Appalachians, obsidian from the Rockies, shells from the Gulf Coast. Cahokia didn't just receive goods, it redefined them. Items were imbued with sacred value, reshaped into ritual objects, redistributed with ceremony. And yet, despite its size, its power, its monumental architecture, Cahokia left no written language, no books, no inscriptions, no kings' names carved into stone. What we know comes from soil, from bone, from charcoal and ceramics, from the stories whispered through time by the descendants of its builders, people often displaced, often ignored. But the silence says a lot. It says that for hundreds of years, there was a place where strangers lived together at scale, where cosmology shaped city planning, where mounds rose in time with stars, where ritual was not an event, it was the infrastructure. And then it collapsed. Sometime between 1250 and 1350, CE Cahokia declined. Fast. The mounds were abandoned. The plazas emptied. The palisades fell into rot. And no one agrees on exactly why. Let's walk through the suspects. Climate is a big one. The onset of the Little Ice Age. A period of global cooling meant shorter growing seasons, more floods, more frost, more risk. Cahokia was built near the Mississippi River, great for trade, but a gamble when the river turned mean. Overexploitation followed. The city needed timber, lots of it, for building, for fuel, for ritual. Forests were cleared, farmland exhausted, game thinned. The land once generous began to push back. Disease may have played a role. Not European diseases, those came later, but homegrown epidemics. Dense populations, poor sanitation reliance on a few staple crops, those are conditions that breed sickness. Internal unrest is another possibility. Signs of ritual violence have been found: mass graves, human sacrifices, especially of young women. One burial pit near Monk's Mound contains over 50 individuals. Another holds bodies that were violently executed. Was this political instability a theocratic system turning in on itself? We don't know. External pressure could have contributed too. Other Mississippian centers were rising, shifting power away from Cahokia. Trade networks changed. The city's influence waned. Or maybe, just maybe, the system had run its course. Every city rises until it doesn't. Every structure built by hands is eventually reclaimed by wind, water, and roots. The impressive part isn't that Cahokia fell, it's that it existed at all. And here's the cruelest twist: Cahokia wasn't just lost. It was erased. When European settlers arrived in the 1600s and 1700s, they found the mounds, but couldn't believe that Native Americans had built them. The myth of the mound builders took root, a lost race of white giants or Israelites or Atlanteans. Anything but the actual descendants still living nearby. Cahokia was not taught in schools, not woven into national mythology, not honored. Today, Monk's Mound sits between a highway and a water treatment plant. There's a visitor center, yes, but most Americans have never heard the name. And that's a shame, because this was America's first city, the first place where strangers lived side by side in the thousands, the first place where streets aligned with stars, the first place where people moved heaven and earth, literally, to shape their world into something sacred. You climb the steps of Monk's Mound. At the top, there's no temple anymore, just grass and wind and a view that stretches for miles. You close your eyes. You imagine the plaza below filled with people, drums, smoke, laughter, chanting, children running across the plaza, a leader standing in the temple behind you, hands raised to the sky, the sun rising behind him. It's gone. But not really. The mounds remember, and maybe that's the best any of us can hope for, that something we build might outlast the noise. That one day, someone will stand on the same ground and wonder, who were they? And the wind will whisper back, they were here. You're standing in a museum now, though it hardly feels like one. There's no echo of footsteps on marble floors, no blinding white walls. Just a single case dimly lit, and inside it, a tangle of cords. Strings, really. Frayed and faded, they dangle in rows from a thicker central strand like some ancient fiber-draped chandelier. At first glance, it looks like a forgotten wind chime or a collection of old shoelaces. But this is no decoration. This is a quipu. And it may be the most enigmatic data system ever created by human hands. The Inca Empire, or Tawantinsuyu, was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. Stretching from modern-day Colombia to Chile, it spanned over 2,500 miles of mountains, valleys, deserts, and rainforest. No wheels, no draft animals, no money. And here's the kicker, no written language. And yet they ran an empire. How? They tied it together. Literally, Quipus, also spelled quipus, were the Incas' primary method of record keeping. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of cords suspended from a main strand. Each cord might differ in color, texture, twist direction, or knot placement. Every detail was intentional. Every variation meant something. We know some of what they were used for. The knots represented numbers, a base 10 system. Position on the string indicated value. Units at the bottom, tens above, that then hundreds, thousands, and so on. Think of it like an abacus you can roll up and carry. Want a census of a village? There's a quipu for that. Tax obligations. Quipu. Tribute records, agricultural output, military rations, warehouse inventories. Quipus tracked them all. They were the empire's spreadsheets, its ledgers, its pulse. But here's the real mystery. Some quipus don't contain any recognizable numerical structure. The knots aren't where they should be. The groupings don't fit known categories. The chords are dyed in elaborate patterns, twisted in alternating directions, and organized into branching trees that don't correspond to any math. These might be narrative quipus. They might tell stories. They might hold history, genealogy, even poetry encoded in string in a language we no longer speak. Imagine that a novel made entirely of knots. If true, that would make quipus the only known example of a three-dimensional writing system. A tactile, fiber-based archive. Something you don't read, you feel. You run your fingers along it, like Braille from another civilization. And here's where things get frustrating. We had the key. Once, the Inca-trained specialists, called quipucamayaks, literally keepers of the knots. They memorized the patterns, the color codes, the knot logic. They were bureaucrats, historians, priests. They passed their knowledge down like priests passing sacred texts. But then came the Spanish and the quipus. They weren't just misunderstood. They were feared. To the conquistadors, these knotted cords were evidence of pagan sorcery threats to Christian order and, more importantly, to Spanish control. Quipusamayaks were persecuted. Quipus were burned by the thousands. Of the countless cords that once crisscrossed the empire, fewer than 1,000 survive today. Most sit in museums and university basements, stripped of their interpreters, their readers, their purpose. Silent, a locked library with no Rosetta Stone. But not all hope is lost. In 2016, in a small village in Peru called San Juan de Colada, 2 quipus were found. Locals said they contained the story of a rebellion. The structure was complex, multiple tiers of cords, arranged in trees full of colors and knots never seen before. Even stranger, they were accompanied by letters from the 18th century written in Quechua using the Latin alphabet. The letters described the quipus as a message from ancestors to the people. If true, that would be the first direct evidence that quipus held not just numbers, but language. And not just language, but memory. Suddenly, the race was back on. Researchers like Gary Urton at Harvard began proposing a bold idea. What if quipus used a binary coding system by analyzing factors like cord color fiber, type knot direction, and attachment method? He identified up to 1,536 possible permutations, more than enough to encode a complex language. Critics argue we're jumping the gun, that we're seeing patterns because we want to see them, that the chords may hold meaning, but not in the way we expect. But the point remains, there's something here, a depth we haven't fully grasped. And if the Inca truly recorded their laws, myths, rituals, and epics in quipu form, that means entire volumes of their civilization still exist, hidden in string, untouched, undecoded. It also reframes how we define literacy. For centuries, Western scholars considered the Inca illiterate. They had no written language. They must have been backward, primitive. But what if they were literate in a way we never learned to recognize? What if Quipus weren't a failed proto-writing, but a parallel path, a full functioning information system that just happened to be soft, flexible, and tied instead of inked? You turn your attention back to the display case. The quipu inside is delicate. The knots are tight but fraying. The fibers once dyed vivid reds and yellows, and blues are faded, now muted like an old voice. You wonder what it says. Maybe it's a tax list. 5 llamas, 3 bushels of maize, 1 ceremonial cloak. Maybe it's a warning, a prayer, a love letter, a last message to a world that didn't know how to listen. Some modern Andean communities still use simplified quipus for festivals, for land records, for oral storytelling. The knowledge is fragmentary, passed down in ritual more than explanation. But it's there, a living thread. And so, archaeologists continue to scan, to map, to digitize. AI programs now attempt to detect patterns human minds might miss. Ethnographers interview elders. Historians pore over colonial records. The knots are speaking again. And maybe we're learning how to listen. You reach out almost reflexively and imagine the feel of the fibers beneath your fingers. They don't just represent a people. They are the people. Their hands made these cords. Their thoughts twisted into thread. Their stories held fast by time and tension. A quipu doesn't yell. It doesn't demand attention. It waits, patiently, like a mountain, like a memory. And if you're quiet enough, if you really listen, you might just hear it whisper. We remembered everything. We just tied it in knots. You're standing on a hillside above an old city, one that's still alive, still bustling, still pulsing with markets and noise and human breath. Below Cusco sprawls across the valley floor like a woven blanket. Rooftops glowing orange in the sun. The grid of the Spanish colonial city, built right atop something much older. But where you're standing, that's different. The stones here are not part of a church or a school or a plaza. They are the wall itself. Giant blocks of gray andesite, each one carved and fitted so precisely that you couldn't slip a human hair between them. No mortar, no cement. Just stone on stone locked so tightly that they haven't budged in 500 years, not even when the earth shook. This is Sacsayhuaman, and it shouldn't exist. The site lies just above Cusco, the former capital of the Inca Empire. From up here, the view is commanding, ideal for defense certainly, but also sacred. According to Andean cosmology, Cusco was laid out in the shape of a puma, the mighty feline of the earth. Sacsayhuaman. It was the head, not metaphorically, literally. The zigzagging walls formed the puma's jagged teeth biting into the sky. But don't be fooled by poetry. These walls are brutal. Some stones weigh over 100 tons. That's about as much as a fully loaded Boeing 757. They were quarried miles away, dragged uphill, carved into irregular polygons, and slotted together without metal tools or the wheel. You heard that right, no wheel. So how? Let's talk logistics. First, the quarry. Most of the stones used in Sacsayhuaman came from over 2 miles away. The terrain is uneven, steep, and full of ravines. Moving stones of this size without beasts of burden llamas weren't strong enough, and without the wheel is mind-bending. One theory suggests the Inca used wooden rollers or sleds lubricated with wet clay or animal fat. Another posits that teams of hundreds or thousands dragged them with ropes and brute force. Some scholars think they carved temporary ramps and pivoted the stones into place with levers and pulleys using wooden scaffolds. The problem: no one's ever found the tools. No rollers, no ramps, no inscriptions showing the process, just the result. Then there's the carving. Each stone at Sacsayhuaman has a unique shape, multi-angled like the world's heaviest jigsaw puzzle. Some fit together with over a dozen contact points. Some are so snug they appear to have melted into each other, and yet the Inca had no iron, no diamond-tipped saws, just hammerstones, rounded rocks, harder than the andesite itself, and endless patience. They didn't cut the stone, they bruised it, over and over, slowly sculpting it down until it fit. It's tempting to call it impossible, but the walls are there, so clearly someone did the impossible. And they did it not just for strength, but for purpose. Because these weren't just walls, they were resilient walls. The Inca lived in earthquake country. The Andes are seismically active. Cusco has been rocked by quakes for centuries. Spanish-built structures crumbled, cracked, or collapsed. But the Inca walls, they flexed. They absorbed shock. They bounced like a stone sponge. That irregular jigsaw pattern wasn't a design flaw, it was a feature. The walls at Sacsayhuaman are seismically resistant. The stones interlock in a way that redistributes energy. The walls tilt slightly inward for stability. Some sections even curve inward, anchoring themselves like giant stone hinges. Modern engineers still marvel at it, but why build something like this at all? Let's rewind to the 15th century. Sacsayhuaman was likely begun under Pachacuti, the great Inca emperor, who expanded the empire into a juggernaut stretching from modern Ecuador to Argentina. The site may have been both fortress and temple, a place to defend the capital, but also to conduct rituals. Spanish chroniclers wrote about 3 towers that once stood at the top, now lost round multi-storied structures, possibly used for astronomy, water storage, or ceremonial purposes. One was called Muyuk Marca, meaning rounded building, and may have functioned like a cosmic observatory. But the Spanish destroyed the towers stone by stone, reusing them to build their own churches down in Cusco. Most of the upper complex is gone now. All that remains are the base walls, silent, stoic, and strangely alive. You walk along the base of the zigzag wall. Some of the stones are taller than you. One, known as the Stone of 12 Angles, is carved with 12 perfect joints, 12 edges fitting into 12 separate stones. It's not the biggest stone here, not the heaviest, but it's a kind of signature, a declaration we knew exactly what we were doing. And here's where it gets strange. Some archaeologists suggest the lower levels of Sacsayhuaman may predate the Inca themselves, that they inherited this place from an even older culture, one we know almost nothing about. There's no consensus, but the scale, the complexity, the mystery, it leaves the door open. Others point to symbolic meanings, that the zigzag walls represent the teeth of a jaguar, that the shape encoded religious or astronomical knowledge, that the entire site was not a fortress, but a ceremonial jawbone with the city of Cusco as its heart. In the Inca worldview, the world was divided into 3 realms: the sky, Hanan Pacha, the earth, Kai Pacha, and the underworld, Uku Pacha. Structures like Sacsayhuaman weren't just buildings. They were portals, bridges between realms. The act of moving massive stones wasn't just architecture, it was devotion. When the Spanish conquered Cusco in the 1530s, they quickly realized the power of Sanxingdui. They fought their final battles here, blood-soaking the grass. And when they won, they dismantled the site stone by sacred stone, but they couldn't destroy the foundations. And that's what you're standing on now. You place your hand on one of the great blocks. It's cool to the touch, smooth, solid. It feels like time itself, and you realize this wall wasn't just built to hold back enemies. It was built to outlast memory, to defy earthquakes, to survive the fall of empires. And it has. Historians still debate whether the Inca used blueprints or trial and error, whether the zigzags were symbolic or practical, whether the site was a fortress, a temple, or a stage for ritual theater. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe Sanxingdui isn't here to explain itself. Maybe it's here to endure, to remind us that stone, when shaped with faith and purpose, can hold the sky. And sometimes, even when you don't understand how something was built, you can still stand in its shadow and feel what it meant. You take one last look at the wall. The light shifts. The angles shimmer. The joints disappear into shadow. It almost looks like it's breathing. You're standing on the edge of an ancient shoreline, not the one we know today, but one that existed over 20,000 years ago. The world is locked in ice. Sea levels are lower by hundreds of feet. Glaciers press down on continents like sleeping giants. The air tastes cleaner, colder, sharper. And across the ocean, an ocean far narrower than it is now, someone might be coming. Or so the theory goes. You've probably heard that the first people to arrive in the Americas came from Asia. They crossed the Bering Land Bridge during the last ice age, migrating southward through corridors of ice-hunting mammoths and caribou. That's the dominant theory, and it's solid, backed by decades of archaeological, genetic, and linguistic evidence. But there's another theory, one that won't quite go away. It's called the Solutrian hypothesis, and it suggests that the first humans in North America may not have come from the West, but from the East. Yes, from Europe. Let's break it down. The Solutrian hypothesis was popularized in the late 1990s by archaeologists Dennis Stanford and Bruce Bradley. It starts with a strange similarity: stone tools. The Solutrian people lived in what is now France and Spain around $22,000 to 17,000 years ago. They made finely crafted flint blades, thin, symmetrical, and shaped using a technique called bifacial flaking. Think of it as ancient knife making with an artist's touch. Now, jump across the Atlantic. In North America, the earliest widely accepted tools belong to the Clovis culture, dated to around 13,000 years ago. Clovis points are also bifacial, symmetrical, finely made, and for some uncomfortably similar to those Solutrian blades. Too similar, Stanford and Bradley argued to be a coincidence. They proposed that during the Ice Age, parts of the North Atlantic were frozen over or littered with dense ice flows. People from the Solutrian culture hugging the edge of the ice, moving by boat or foot or sled, might have island hopped along the southern edge of the Atlantic ice sheet, from Europe to North America, thousands of years before the Clovis people arrived. It's a bold claim, a romantic one, a controversial one, and it changes everything if true, because it means that Europeans may have reached the Americas first, not Vikings, not Columbus, but Ice Age hunter-gatherers. So, is it true? Let's weigh the evidence. In favor, the tool similarities are real. Solutrian and Clovis points both show advanced flaking and symmetry. Bradley and Stanford demonstrated how both cultures may have used heat treatment to shape stone more precisely. In the Chesapeake Bay area, some researchers claim to have found pre-Clovis tools mixed with megafauna remains that look a lot like Solutrian artifacts. A site called Miles Point, for example, produced bifacial blades that some argue resemble Solutrian forms. In 1970, a controversial find called the Sinmar biface was dredged up off the coast of Virginia alongside mastodon bones. The biface resembled Solutrian craftsmanship and was dated, though loosely, to around 22,000 years ago. But here's the problem. Most of the academic world doesn't buy it, and the reasons are pretty compelling. First, the dates don't align well. Solutrian culture vanished around 17,000 years ago. Clovis culture appeared nearly 4,000 years later. That's a big gap. There's no clear chain of cultural continuity connecting the two. Second, the genetic evidence doesn't match. Ancient DNA from early Native Americans overwhelmingly points to East Asian origins. There is no known genetic contribution from European populations. None of the major haplogroups that define Solutrian populations appear in early American genomes. Third, there's the logistical nightmare. Crossing the Atlantic along the ice edge. With what boats? What food supplies? What shelter? Solutrian people were coastal, yes, but there's zero evidence they had the seafaring capability to cross an ocean, even a partly frozen one. There are no Solutrian boats, no evidence of open water fishing, no nautical tools, no marine-based settlements. And fourth, this is where things get uncomfortable. The theory has been embraced by white supremacist and ethno-nationalist groups who twist it into a narrative of European priority in the Americas. That has made many scholars justifiably wary of giving it more oxygen than it deserves. Still, Stanford and Bradley insisted they were following the evidence, not the ideology. And they weren't alone. A few other researchers have cautiously suggested we keep an open mind. That the early peopling of the Americas may be more complex than a single migration from Asia. But more complex doesn't mean Solutrian. Most archaeologists today favor a coastal migration model from Asia, not Europe. As sea levels dropped early, people may have moved southward along the Pacific Rim by boat fishing and gathering along the shorelines. Sites like Monte Verde in Chile, dated to nearly 14,500 years ago, support the idea of a pre-Clovis presence far from the Bering Land Bridge. In other words, humans may have arrived in the Americas earlier than Clovis, but they came from the west, not the east. So where does that leave the Solutrian hypothesis? Floating between academic fringe and popular fascination. It's not proven. It's not impossible, but it's not accepted. You turn from the shoreline and walk inland. The breeze picks up behind you, brushing against your back like a whisper. For a moment, you imagine what it would have taken trudging across an icy sea with nothing but reindeer skins and flint blades, watching the stars, hoping for land, hearing the cracks of shifting ice beneath your feet. It's romantic, harsh, heroic, and probably a myth, but even myths can be useful. They remind us that history is never fully known, that sometimes we have to follow questions, even the weird ones, just to see where they go. Historians still debate whether any Solutrian ever set foot on this continent, but one thing is clear: the first Americans weren't one people. They were many. From the shores of Beringia to the banks of the Amazon, they came by land, by sea, and by stories passed down in bone and smoke. And if someone came across the Atlantic ice, they didn't stay long. The land already belonged to others. The trees are thick here, tall, tangled, and humming, with the low electric buzz of summer insects. You're on an island off the coast of what is now North Carolina. The air is heavy with humidity, the scent of salt and pine, and something else, old wood, maybe, or older memory. There are no buildings left, no chimneys, no crumbling walls, just soil trees and one word, Croatoan. It's carved into a wooden post. That's all. No graves, no bones, no diary or journal entry saying what happened. Just that one strange syllabic breadcrumb. This is Roanoke Island, home of the so-called Lost Colony, one of early America's greatest enduring mysteries. A 16th century ghost story baked right into the foundation of a country that hadn't been born yet. Let's rewind to the late 1500s. Queen Elizabeth Farce is on the throne. England, hungry for power and prestige, has set its eyes westward, chasing the shadow of Spain's success in the New World. They want colonies, gold, glory, and maybe just a little divine destiny. Enter Sir Walter Raleigh. He's granted a royal charter to colonize the eastern coast of North America. In 1585, the first English settlers land on Roanoke Island. It doesn't go well. There's conflict with local tribes, dwindling food, and general confusion. That colony folds quickly. Most of the men pack up and leave. But in 1587, a second group tries again. This time it's different. This group includes 117 people, men, women, and children. It's not just soldiers and explorers. It's families. People trying to build homes, not just plant flags. Among them is Eleanor Dare, daughter of the colony's governor, John White. She soon gives birth to Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the New World. It's hopeful. It's fragile. It's doomed. After settling in, John White sails back to England for supplies. It's supposed to be a short trip, but back home, everything goes sideways. Spain invades with the Armada. England panics. All ships are requisitioned for war. White is stuck for 3 years. When he finally returns to Roanoke in 1590, the colony is gone. Gone. No bodies. No signs of a struggle. The houses are dismantled, not destroyed, taken apart like someone moving out rather than being attacked. The only clues, the word Croatoan carved into a post and the letters CRO scratched into a tree. White had left instructions. If the colonists moved, they should carve the name of their new location. If they were in danger, they should add a Maltese cross to the carving. There was no cross, so maybe they weren't in danger. Maybe they moved. Croatoan wasn't random. It was the name of a nearby island, now called Hatteras Island, and the home of the Croatoan tribe, a friendly group who had previously helped the English. White wanted to investigate, but storms and broken ships forced him to turn back. He never saw his daughter or granddaughter again, and the mystery began. So what happened? There are 4 main theories, and each has its own shadow. 1. They integrated with local tribes. The simplest explanation is often the most likely. The settlers, low on food and hope, may have moved south and joined the Croatoans or another tribe. Over time, they could have intermarried, adopted native customs, and vanished into the forest, assimilated, not annihilated. In fact, later English colonists reported seeing Native Americans with gray eyes, European features, or even speaking English phrases. The Lumbee people of North Carolina have long claimed descent from the lost colonists. Oral histories, surnames, and some linguistic traces support the idea, but no physical proof. No definitive artifacts, just whispers. 2. They were killed. It's possible they didn't make it far. hostile relations with other tribes, especially the Sokotan and Powhatan, could have ended the colony. The houses being carefully disassembled complicates this, but not everyone agrees what that really means. In 1607, John Smith of Jamestown claimed that Chief Powhatan confessed to killing the Roanoke settlers because they were living with a rival tribe. But that's secondhand and suspiciously convenient. No mass graves have ever been found, just stories. 3. They tried to sail home. Some speculate that the colonists, tired of waiting, tried to build a boat or use smaller ships to return to England or head for the Chesapeake Bay. If so, they likely didn't survive the journey. The Atlantic is not kind to the underprepared, but again, no wreckage, no follow-up records, just a theory adrift like a ghost ship. 4. They split up. This is where things get messier. Some archaeologists believe the colony fractured. Part went south to Croatoan. Others moved inland. Maybe some made contact with the Chesapeake tribe. Maybe they scattered in hopes of better survival odds. Over the years, 2 major archaeological sites have been investigated. Site X near the Chowan River, inland from Roanoke. Artifacts found here, including English pottery, suggest some colonists may have moved that way. Hatteras Island, the original Croatoan location. Excavations uncovered European artifacts among native settlements, but nothing definitively tied to 1587. Enough to raise eyebrows, not enough to solve the puzzle. Then there's the theory no one wants to say out loud something stranger happened. Whispers of supernatural forces, curses, and ancient retribution have clung to Roanoke like coastal fog. Some say the land didn't want them there. Others say something took them something older than the tribes, older than the woods. It's nonsense probably, but when you stand among the trees, listening to the wind move through the branches, it doesn't feel like nonsense. It feels unfinished, and maybe that's the real power of the Roanoke story. Not that it ends in violence or glory, but that it doesn't end at all. Just that one word, Croatoan, a name, a direction, a clue, or a farewell. You walk the shoreline now, sand crunching under your feet. The tide rolls in soft, rhythmic, unbothered. Somewhere out there, John White's ship once appeared on the horizon, expecting laughter, expecting life. Instead, he found silence. Historians still debate whether Roanoke was a failed colony, a successful migration, or a cautionary tale. But maybe it's something simpler. A reminder that people aren't always lost in storms or battle. Sometimes they leave quietly, and all they leave behind is a name. You're standing in a field in central China, surrounded by gentle hills and rows of crops swaying in the wind. It looks peaceful, quiet, but beneath your feet lies one of the greatest buried secrets in human history. You can't see it. No one has. Because no one has ever opened the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, and no one knows exactly what's inside. What we do know is already staggering. Qin Shi Huang was more than just a ruler. He was the man who unified China for the first time in 221 BCE, pulling together warring states into one empire under his iron will. He standardized currency weights and measures writing systems, and even the width of axles, so carts could ride the same roads across the land. He built the first version of the Great Wall. He outlawed competing philosophies. He was powerful, ruthless, and obsessed with immortality. Naturally, he prepared for death, like someone who didn't really believe in it. Construction on his mausoleum complex began as soon as he took the throne at age 13. It continued for nearly 40 years and required the labor of hundreds of thousands of workers. The tomb sits beneath a massive earthen mound, almost 250 feet tall, near modern-day Xi'an. But the centerpiece is still untouched. And legend says that within the tomb lies a model of the empire itself. Yes, a scale map of China crafted in 3 dimensions. The ceiling is said to mimic the night sky with pearls as stars. Rivers of liquid mercury are said to flow across the floor, outlining mountains and valleys. Traps were installed to kill intruders. Crossbows, poisoned arrows, maybe worse. If true, this is not just a tomb, it's a microcosm of a nation, a world built underground to preserve an emperor's control into eternity. Now let's talk about what we've actually found. In 1974, local farmers digging a well stumbled on one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever: a clay head, then a shoulder, then an army, the Terracotta Army. More than 8,000 life-size soldiers, each with a unique face. Alongside them stand horses, chariots, archers, generals, musicians, acrobats. Entire battalions of pottery arranged in formation guarding the tomb complex. They weren't made with molds. Each figure was hand-built, then fired in kilns, painted in vivid colors, reds, greens, purples, though most of that color has since faded. And they weren't thrown together in haste. This was a state-sponsored project of staggering complexity and cost, and the army is just the start. Around the mausoleum, archaeologists have discovered pits filled with weapons, bronze birds, stone armor, and models of palaces. Every pit reveals something new: chariots with working axles, gold-inlaid weapons still sharp after 2,000 years. But the tomb itself, it remains sealed. Why? Several reasons. First, there's the risk of damage. When the terracotta warriors were unearthed, exposure to air caused the pigments to flake and vanish. Archaeologists fear that opening the main tomb might destroy whatever wonders still lie inside. Second, there's the mercury. Soil samples around the burial mound show elevated mercury levels far higher than normal. That lends some support to the ancient texts that describe rivers and seas of mercury inside the tomb. If those stories are even partially true, disturbing, the site could release toxic fumes or cause irreversible contamination. Third, technology. Despite our advances, we still don't have a non-invasive way to explore the chamber safely. Ground-penetrating radar has hinted at large hollow spaces within the mound, but no one knows how to open them without triggering collapse or damage. So the tomb stays closed, and the mystery deepens. According to Sima Qian, a historian writing a century after Qin Shi Huang's death, the tomb was filled with rare treasures, precious stones, automatons, mechanisms built to kill, and a detailed model of the emperor's domain. He also claimed that after construction, the workers were sealed inside the tomb to protect its secrets. Some legends say poisoned air was used. Others describe rolling stone doors that slammed shut behind them. It sounds like the stuff of myth, but so did the Terracotta Army until we found it. You stand at the base of the burial mound, the red earth warm beneath your feet. There are no signs, no big neon labels, just grass. And beneath that grass, an empire frozen in time. People ask, why not open it? And the truth is, we're afraid. Afraid of destroying it, afraid of what we might find, and maybe even afraid of what it might mean. Because Qin Shi Huang wasn't just a ruler. He was a symbol of total control. He banned books that didn't align with his ideology. He executed scholars. He built a bureaucracy that endured for centuries, and a tomb that might outlast even his legacy. He feared death so much he tried to build his afterlife in advance. He sent ships in search of the elixir of life. Some legends say he consumed mercury pills, believing they would make him immortal. Ironically, they may have killed him. His final illness came suddenly. His body was hidden in a cart of rotting fish to mask the smell on the journey home. And yet he may have succeeded in his way, because we're still talking about him. 2,000 years later, his face is carved in history. His tomb is untouched. His name, once outlawed, is now etched in textbooks and documentaries. He built a monument so vast, so strange, so meticulously planned that no one has dared disturb it. Historians still debate whether the tomb is truly as grand as the records suggest. Some think the mercury readings are natural. Others question whether the underground palace is real or symbolic. But the silence remains. A sealed door beneath a hill in China. A key no one's willing to turn. And that might be the greatest monument of all, not what we've seen, but what we haven't. You take a few steps back and look at the mound again. It's just a hill. Quiet. Grass covered. But it feels like it's watching, waiting, not for permission, but for reverence. Maybe we'll open it someday. Maybe not. But for now, the first emperor of China lies undisturbed, and his empire carefully crafted from stone and memory waits in the dark. The room smells like old paper and formaldehyde. There are filing cabinets, yellowing labels, and drawers that creak like they're remembering something. You're in a university archive, one of those places where time feels stuck in the 1940s. A light hum comes from overhead. You don't know why you're here until someone hands you a photograph. It's black and white, grainy, and in it a skull. Elongated, heavy-browed, alien-looking. Beside it, a handwritten card, Peking Man, Zhoukoudian, 1936. And then the curator says we had it. Then the war came. And now it's gone. This is the mystery of Peking Man, one of the greatest paleoanthropological finds of the 20th century, and one of its greatest losses. Let's rewind. In the early 1920s, a cave system was being excavated near the village of Zhoukoudian, just outside Beijing. The dig began slowly, mostly fossils, some animal bones, a few interesting shards. Then in 1929, a Chinese anatomist named Pei Wenzhong uncovered something remarkable, a nearly complete hominin skull cap. It was ancient, clearly not modern human, but also not quite an ape. Over the next several years, more remains were uncovered. Skull fragments, jawbones, teeth, long bones. They belonged to what would come to be known as Homo erectus pekinensis, or Peking Man, a subspecies of early human that lived roughly 750,000 years ago. This was big, monumental, because these weren't just random fossils. They were the earliest known human ancestors in East Asia. They showed that human evolution wasn't confined to Africa or Europe, that Homo erectus had spread far and wide, that we had made fire-built tools, hunted, and perhaps even spoken language in what is now China, hundreds of thousands of years before anything called China existed. For a young republic trying to define its modern identity, the discovery was seismic. Chinese scientists weren't just custodians of old history, they were finding the origin of humanity itself on their own soil. Between 1928 and 1937, over 200 fossils were excavated from Zhoukoudian, including pieces of more than 40 individuals. The fossils were stored in Beijing at the Peking Union Medical College and the Cenozoic Research Laboratory. And then, everything went wrong. In 1937, the Second Sino-Japanese War broke out. Japan invaded China. Fighting reached the capital. The fossils were packed into wooden crates for protection. The plan was to send them to the United States to be stored safely at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. They were carefully documented. A Marine detachment from the U.S. Embassy was assigned to escort them. The crates were loaded onto trucks, bound for Qinhuangdao, a port city on the Bohai Sea. From there, they were to board the USS President Harrison, a ship chartered to carry refugees and cargo out of war-torn China. But the fossils never made it. The trucks left Beijing. What happened next? No one knows for sure. Some believe the convoy was stopped by Japanese forces. Others think the fossils were hidden en route, perhaps buried to avoid capture. Some theories say they made it onto the ship only for the ship to be captured, or the fossils transferred and lost in the shuffle of wartime chaos. One legend insists they were secretly hidden in a wall in a monastery, still waiting to be rediscovered. But the truth, the crates vanished, and they've never been seen again. Let's pause for a second. We're not talking about a misfiled folder here. This is a foundational piece of the human puzzle. If the bones of Peking man were discovered today, it would be front-page news around the world. Yet in the fog of war, they simply disappeared, and it's not like no one's looked. For decades, teams of archaeologists, soldiers, journalists, and amateur sleuths have searched. Whole buildings in Beijing have been scanned with radar. Harbor floors dredged. Retired military officers interviewed. Rumors followed like ghost trails. Nothing, not even a tooth. The loss has become a kind of scientific ghost story, a reminder that even the most precious artifacts can vanish if we blink at the wrong moment in history. Thankfully, casts and detailed descriptions of the bones were made before they disappeared. Researchers still study the shape of Peking man's skull, his low brow, thick bones, and dental patterns. We know that Homo erectus here made tools, lived in caves, and used fire. They may have even cared for their sick and elderly, suggesting early empathy. But the originals, gone. And with them, the chance to conduct modern testing, DNA analysis, isotopic dating, advanced scanning. The very techniques that could have given us answers about diet migration and evolution are useless without the source material. Historians still debate whether the loss was the result of bad luck, military mishap, or even deliberate sabotage. During times of war, human bodies disappear all the time. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised that ancient ones do too. But this wasn't just a casualty of war. It was a casualty of forgetfulness, of bureaucracy, of assuming someone else was keeping track. And so we're left with stories. A tooth found in a pawn shop that turned out to be fake. A shipping manifest with no follow-up. A whisper from an old soldier who claimed the boxes were dumped in the ocean to protect them. You walk slowly through the museum's replica exhibit, where a full reconstruction of Peking man stares out at you through glass eyes. He looks curious, alert, almost aware. You wonder what he'd think if he knew that after 750,000 years, his bones survived everything ice predators, cave-ins, only to be lost by accident, or worse, by neglect. But there's something poetic about it too. Maybe it's fitting that Peking man's story ends in mystery. He was a bridge between ape and human, between instinct and thought. He lived in shadows. He vanished into myth. And now, even his bones are gone, leaving only the shape of what once was like a fossil pressed into the soft clay of our imagination. We keep digging. We keep hoping. Because somewhere in a box buried beneath a floorboard or beneath a tree whose roots don't know what they're touching, the past is still waiting, not gone, just misplaced. And maybe one day we'll find him again. You're standing at the edge of a dry riverbed in central China. The sun is high, the soil cracked. A few farmers pass by, paying no mind to the dusty fragments sticking out of the earth. Bits of pottery, burned bone, a smooth piece of jade shaped like a dragon's tooth. This ground has been walked on for thousands of years, but only recently have people started asking the right questions. Somewhere beneath your feet may lie the remains of a kingdom whose existence has been debated for over 2,000 years. Its name was the Xi dynasty, and it might not be real. Let's start with the legend. According to traditional Chinese history, the Xi dynasty was the first dynasty of China reigning from roughly 2070 to 1600 BCE. It was said to have been founded by a man named Yu the Great, a flood tamer, a hero, a kind of prehistoric civil engineer who drained the rising waters of the Yellow River with canals instead of walls. Yu was no ordinary man. In some stories, he was part dragon. His loyalty to the people was so absolute that when he passed by his own home 3 times during his decades of flood control, he didn't stop once, not even to check on his family. That's devotion, or legend. Yu's success earned him the mandate of heaven, and he founded the Xia. From there, the dynasty supposedly ruled for nearly 500 years, laying the groundwork for all that came after centralized government dynastic succession, ritual, bronze casting, and a sense of a unified Chinese identity. The problem? There's no written record from the Xia themselves. No inscriptions, no edicts, no royal tombs labeled with names. Everything we know about them, everything comes from later sources written centuries or even millennia after the fact. That makes historians nervous. The earliest accounts of the Xia appear in texts like the Bamboo Annals and the records of the Grand Historian by Sima Qian, written during the Han Dynasty, almost 1,000 years after the Xia supposedly ended. These sources describe dynastic struggles, political intrigue, moral decline, and heroic rulers. But they read more like moral parables than reliable histories. In fact, many scholars now believe that the Xia may have been retroactively invented to justify the legitimacy of the Zhou dynasty, which came centuries later. The Zhou claimed that the Shang who overthrew the Xia had themselves become corrupt and lost the mandate of heaven, a concept Zhou rulers loved to use to explain why it was totally fine they'd taken over. The message was clear. We didn't just conquer the previous rulers, we restored a cosmic balance. That's clever politics. But it raises a thorny question. If the Xi were just a mythical buffer between real dynasties, then what are we to make of the archaeology? Because here's where things get interesting. In the 1950s, Chinese archaeologists began excavating a site called Erlitou, located near the modern city of Luoyang. What they found stunned them. At Erlitou, they uncovered a vast, complex urban settlement palaces with rammed earth foundations, bronze workshops, jade artifacts, pottery kilns, road systems. They found evidence of social hierarchy, central planning, and ritual life, all dated to about 1900 to 1500 BCE. This is precisely the time frame that traditional sources assign to the Xia. So is Erlitou the Xia? Maybe. But also maybe not. The term Erlitou culture is a modern label. It describes the material remains, not the political entity. No inscriptions have been found at Erlitou identifying its people as Xie. No names, no seals, just pots, tools, bones, and layout. But still, the match is tempting. Supporters of the Xia's historicity argue that Erlitou represents the capital of a centralized early state, the kind of thing a dynasty like the Xia would have needed. They point to bronze vessels used in ancestral rituals, evidence of elite rule, and patterns of urban hierarchy. Critics argue that correlation is not confirmation. Just because Erlitou is in the right place at the right time doesn't mean it's the Xia. It could be an early unrelated kingdom, or a stage between village life and statehood, not a dynasty at all. There's also a political undertone. During the 20th century, especially in the post-revolutionary era, China's government was eager to establish an unbroken line of indigenous civilization going back thousands of years, independent of foreign influence. Declaring the Xi real served a national purpose. It gave China an ancient dynasty that predated even the Shang, reinforcing claims of civilizational depth. So the debate remains stuck. No inscriptions, no royal tombs, no definitive aha artifact linking Erlitou to Yu the Great or any other Xia ruler. And yet the idea of the Xia refuses to die. Why? Because we need beginnings. We need stories that say, this is where it all started. This is the root, the seed, the source. The Xi, even if invented, feels true in the way that all founding myths do. It explains order kingship and cosmic legitimacy. It fills in the blank page between prehistory and history, and maybe that's its real power. You step through the remains at Erlitou, the foundations of palaces long gone, now only outlines in sun-hardened clay. You pick up a shard of bronze. It's rough around the edges, maybe a handle, maybe part of a vessel used in an ancestral rite. You imagine Yu the Great, not as a demigod, but as a man. Dirty, exhausted, surveying a floodplain with calloused hands. You imagine him tracing paths for the water, speaking to elders, training young workers. Not building an empire for glory, but because people were drowning. Maybe that was real, or maybe someone needed it to be real. Historians still debate whether the Xia dynasty ever truly existed, whether Erlitou was a capital or a coincidence, whether the past is best served by evidence or by stories that explain who we are. But one thing is clear, the line between myth and memory is not a wall, it's a bridge. And the Xia dynasty stands somewhere in the mist along that bridge, half seen, half imagined, but always there, waiting to be believed. You're underground now. The air is damp and cool, the walls slick with condensation. A faint echo trails every movement you make. Footsteps, breath the slow shiver of a hand brushing the stone. You're not in a natural cave. The walls here are too straight, the ceilings too high, the columns too evenly spaced. This place was carved by someone, but no one knows who. Welcome to the Longyou Caves, a sprawling network of hand-chiseled caverns beneath the ground in Zhejiang Province, China. First discovered in 1992 by a local man draining a pond with a borrowed pump, the site revealed something completely unexpected once the water was gone. Not just a hollow, not a flooded sinkhole, but a massive man-made chamber with staircases, pillars, finely worked ceilings, and echoing hallways. And that first one, just the beginning. To date, at least 24 such caves have been found, all carved directly into solid sandstone. Some reach 30 meters deep, about 10 stories. The total volume of stone removed is estimated in the hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. The scale is mind-blowing. The labor required staggering. And here's the kicker. There's no historical record, nothing in any Chinese text, not even a poetic whisper, mentions the construction purpose or use of the Longyou caves. No inscriptions on the walls, no artifacts, no bones, no tools, just silence, which, given how meticulous ancient Chinese scribes were, makes this feel even stranger. So what exactly are these caves? Let's start with what we know. Each chamber is unique in size and shape, but they share similar features. Symmetrical design, carved stairways, central pillars for support, and an unmistakable pattern of parallel chisel marks running across every surface, walls, ceilings, columns. It's as if someone spent years, maybe decades, shaving the stone smooth with tools the width of a human palm, and not randomly. The striations are precise, uniform, like brushstrokes in rock. You run your hand over one, and it's as consistent as vinyl siding. But why? That's where things get murky. Theory 1. Military bunkers. Could these have been ancient military fortifications or hideouts, concealed underground bases for troops to retreat, rearm, and ambush? It's tempting. But the caves aren't laid out for defense. No storage areas, no barracks, no weapons. The sheer time and resources it would take to carve just one cave, let alone 24, seems far beyond what would be needed for a practical war hideout. Theory 2. Underground. Palaces or temples. The symmetry and scale suggest grandeur, like they were meant to impress. Could these have been ceremonial spaces for worship, aligned with spiritual or cosmological beliefs? Maybe. But again, there are no symbols, no altars, no statues of deities. Chinese temples, even the most modest ones, usually leave behind icons. Something to say, this was sacred. These caves, nothing. Theory 3. Water storage or flood control. Some argue they were reservoirs created to store water in drought-prone regions. But if that's the case, why carve stairs and decorative walls? Why waste labor on aesthetics? Ancient Chinese engineers were efficient. If they wanted water, they built cisterns, not underground mansions. Also, these caves leak. They don't hold water. The idea collapses under its own soggy logic. Theory 4. Ancient quarries that would make sense extracting sandstone for construction. But if so, where's the quarried stone? There's no matching material in any nearby village temple or palace. It's as if the rock was carved, then vanished. Even stranger, most ancient quarries are chaotic. You cut where it's easiest. You leave behind jagged walls. Not here. These caves are too deliberate, too polished, too intentional. Theory 5. Artistic or ritual spaces. Maybe the caves were never meant to be used in a utilitarian sense. Maybe they were symbolic acts, performances of devotion, a monument to cosmic order or earthly power. This theory leans into the aesthetic precision. The striated walls could represent water or wind or the movement of qi through the earth. The whole process might have been ceremonial, spiritual, but that only deepens the mystery. Who would invest so much effort into something no one could see? Unless, of course, it wasn't meant for the living. You pause in one of the chambers. The air feels close now. You imagine workers, hundreds of them, hunched over with chisels and torches day after day, year after year, carving not just rock, but meaning into silence. They finish, they leave. The entrances are sealed, forgotten, until now, and still we have no date. Attempts to carbon date the caves have failed. No organic material has ever been recovered. Lichen on the walls is modern. The only real clues are architectural comparisons to known sites which puts them anywhere between $2,000 and 2,500 years old, possibly from the Qin or Han Dynasty period. But even that's speculative. There's also the problem of labor. Let's say each cave took 1,000 workers. That's conservative. Multiply that by 24, and you're looking at tens of thousands of workers over years, decades maybe of effort. And no one wrote it down. Not even a poem, a ledger, a complaint. It's unnatural. Even massive projects like the Great Wall left behind more documentation than this. But the Longyou caves, they slipped through history like a ghost. Some have suggested extraterrestrial involvement. Others propose time travelers. Those theories, as always, say more about our discomfort with not knowing than they do about the evidence. Because here's the truth. We're not good at not knowing. We look at these caves and expect them to behave like a puzzle. But maybe they're more like a song whose lyrics were forgotten, or a book we can only read the last chapter of. You run your hand along the wall. The striations are smooth. You think about the effort it took to carve even just a few feet. The dust, the rhythm, the silence. Historians still debate whether the Longyou caves were tombs, rituals, shelters, or pure expressions of geometry and stone. Maybe we'll never know. Maybe the people who built them never intended to explain. Maybe the caves were always meant to whisper, not speak. So you listen, not for an answer, but for the echo of a chisel tapping rock, a voice murmuring a song in a language we've never heard, a breath drawn in awe. You step back into the daylight, blink against the sun. The world above feels a little louder now, a little faster, but you carry the silence with you, because sometimes the greatest mystery isn't why something was built. It's how something so massive, so careful, so quietly majestic could be forgotten at all. You're standing in front of a glass case. Inside is a mask, but not just any mask. It has bulging eyes, rectangular pupils, flaring ears, and a mouth that seems to sneer or smile, you can't quite tell. It's greenish gold in color, made of bronze and taller than your forearm. The proportions are all wrong for a human face. It's not eerie like a skull or elegant like a sculpture. It's alien, and this is only one of many. Welcome to Sanxingdui, one of the most inexplicable archaeological finds in East Asia. A discovery that shook Chinese history to its core, not because of what it confirmed, but because of what it refused to explain. Let's go back to 1929. A farmer in Sichuan province in southwest China was digging a ditch when he struck something hard jade. No one thought much of it at first. Jade is common in China. But over the years, more pieces began turning up in the same area: tools, blades, strange figurines. Still, no one organized a serious dig until 1986. That's when everything changed. 2 massive pits were discovered, filled to the brim with objects no one had ever seen before. Bronze heads with exaggerated features, huge ceremonial masks with eyes that protruded inches from the face, jade daggers, gold scepters, elephant tusks, and most mysteriously, bronze trees. Yes, trees. The largest of these, when reconstructed, stood over 13 feet tall. Its bronze trunk branched out like something from a fantasy novel, decorated with birds, dragons, and flowers that had never existed. It was shattered in hundreds of pieces when unearthed, likely broken in ritual. But even in fragments, it looked like something out of a dream or a science fiction film. You'd be forgiven for thinking these objects came from an alien civilization. But they didn't. They came from a culture that existed right alongside the early Shang dynasty, China's first confirmed dynasty with written records. Here's where things get weird. The Shang dynasty, centered in the Yellow River Valley, left behind oracle bones, bronze vessels, and a clear system of writing. Their artifacts are elegant, stylized, and orderly. Chinese history, as taught for generations, focused almost entirely on the Shang as the cradle of civilization. Sanxingdui changed that because the Sanxingdui culture, now dated to around 1200 BCE, had none of the Shang's trademarks. No writing, no similar art style, no shared symbols. And yet, their bronze casting techniques were more advanced in some ways than anything the Shang ever produced. The bronze masks, for example, weren't made in parts and soldered together. They were cast whole using methods that would have required enormous skill and precision. The sheer scale of some objects, one mask has a wingspan over 5 feet, suggests large casting pits and advanced metallurgy. And the facial features, they don't resemble anything found in traditional Chinese art. The eyes are wide and horizontal. The ears are rectangular. The mouths are often square. Some faces are serene. Others seem twisted. None are easily explained. So who were they? The people of Sanxingdui are believed to be part of the ancient Shu civilization, mentioned only briefly in a few historical texts, usually as a mysterious southwestern kingdom. They lived near the Min River, far from the Shang heartland, and they appear to have developed independently, not as offshoots or imitators, but as equals in complexity and ritual. Their religion unknown, their language lost, their rulers unnamed. It's like discovering an entire parallel civilization that no one knew was missing. Even stranger, around 1100 BCE, Sanxingdui was abandoned. Suddenly, completely. The people disappeared. The city fell. The culture vanished. No records explain why. Some suggest natural disaster, a flood or earthquake. Others think it was absorbed into another state, or that its elites moved the capital. But the objects they left behind were ritually broken and buried in pits intentionally destroyed as if to close a chapter or erase one. Then in 2001, another site was found, Jinsha, just 30 miles away. There, more artifacts appeared: gold masks, animal figurines, and jade relics similar in style to Sanxingdui. So the culture may not have ended. It may have shifted, re-emerged, rebranded, but still no writing, no names, just the art. And what strange, haunting art it is. You stare at one of the bronze heads. Its eyes are tubular, sticking out like a hammerhead shark's. Its ears are pierced for hanging ornaments. The craftsmanship is flawless. It looks like it was made yesterday, not 3,000 years ago. Some theorists, predictably, whisper aliens. They point to the faces, the trees, the strangeness. They ask, how could a civilization so sophisticated simply vanish? How could their methods appear and disappear without spreading? But that's more about us than them. We don't like gaps in our timelines. We want neat boxes, cultural family trees, footnotes that lead somewhere. Sanxingdui refuses that. It doesn't fit the story. It is quite literally a mystery buried in bronze. You walk deeper into the museum, where these artifacts now live, the lighting dim, the air quiet. Visitors speak in whispers, not out of reverence, but because these objects don't seem ancient. They seem watchful. Some scholars believe the masks were used in ceremonies to communicate with ancestors or deities, that the exaggerated features helped wearers embody spirits, that the bronze trees symbolize the world axis, the connection between heaven and earth. Others think they depict mythical kings, animal gods, or even cosmic forces. The truth, we don't know. Historians still debate whether Sanxingdui was a regional outlier, a rival state to the Shang, or something even stranger, a civilization older than we think with roots deeper than written memory. The pits were filled with sacrifice, but what was being honored or mourned? You return to that first mask, the one with the wide eyes and knowing mouth. Its gaze feels wrong-sized, like it's not looking at you, but through you. Not threatening, not welcoming, just aware. It's been 3,000 years since the people of Sanxingdui carved their bronze dreams and buried them in silence. And we're only just beginning to hear them. Maybe they never wanted to be remembered. Maybe they expected we would forget. But the earth had other plans. It held their secrets until we were ready to wonder. And now, we're wondering. You're in the middle of nowhere. No roads, no rivers, just sand and wind and silence. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. That ancient kind of quiet where even time seems to pause and think, should I really keep going here? Then, out of that flat, nothing you see it, a small mound, a pit, the corner of a collapsed wall, poking through the dust like a broken rib. You wouldn't know it at first, but you're standing at the edge of a lost world. A city that once pulsed with language ideas, ink, and paper. Welcome to Dunhuang, or more precisely, to the Mogao Caves, and the secret they held for almost 1,000 years. Let's rewind to the early 20th century. It's 1900. A Taoist monk named Wang Yuanlu is exploring the Mogao Caves, a sprawling network of Buddhist grottos carved into a cliffside along the ancient Silk Road in northwestern China. These caves, hundreds of them, are filled with mural statues and carvings of such breathtaking intricacy that you almost forget you're in the middle of a desert. For centuries, monks came here to copy sutras, meditate, and paint. Pilgrims stopped to pray. Traders dropped off offerings. It was a religious and cultural hub tucked safely into rock. And then it fell quiet. Dynasties changed. Trade routes shifted. The world moved on. But Wang kept exploring. One day, behind a crumbling wall in Cave 17, he found something incredible. A sealed room hidden for centuries. Inside were tens of thousands of manuscripts, scrolls, paintings, documents stacked, rolled and tucked into every available space. They had been deliberately walled off around the 11th century, possibly to protect them from raiders' war or decay. This was a time capsule untouched by warfire or weather, and no one was prepared for what was inside. Among the trove were Buddhist sutras, Confucian texts, Taoist writings, government documents, tax records, medical treatises, folk tales, dictionaries, calendars, and art in dozens of languages, not just Chinese, but Sanskrit, Tibetan, Uyghur, Khotanese, Sogdian, even some early Persian and Hebrew. A record of a world where East and West collided, traded, married, worshipped, and translated each other's gods. And then there was the bombshell. A document now called the Diamond Sutra, dated to 868 CE. It was a Buddhist scripture. But more importantly, it was the oldest known printed book in the world, predating Gutenberg by nearly 6 centuries. Printed with wood blocks, it was proof that Chinese printers were mass-producing text long before Europe had even conceptualized the process, just sitting there in a dusty cave for almost 1,000 years. You'd think this discovery would have set off alarms around the globe. And it did eventually, but not before the loot train rolled through. Wang Yuanlu, overwhelmed and underfunded, sold a large portion of the documents to Western explorers like R.L. Stein and Paul Pelliot, who arrived in the early 1900s. For a few silver coins and some vague promises of preservation, thousands of scrolls were packed up and carted away. Today, the majority of the Mogao cave manuscripts are in London at the British Library or in Paris at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. China didn't realize what it had lost until decades later. What remains in Dunhuang is still extraordinary, but the heart of the library is scattered across the globe, a diaspora of parchment. So who built this desert library? The answer lies in Dunhuang's geography. It sat at a crossroads where the northern and southern Silk Road routes met, a place where Buddhism entered China from India, where Nestorian Christians debated with Zoroastrians, where Islam and Manichaeism and Confucianism mingled in the market. It was a melting scroll pot. Scribes worked day and night to copy sacred texts by hand. Some were beautiful, ornately illustrated calligraphic masterpieces. Others were utilitarian, quickly dashed off for travelers or bureaucrats. Together, they form a map of the mind of a 1,000-year civilization. And not just the lofty thoughts of monks and nobles. Among the manuscripts are prayers for sick children, spells for banishing demons, contracts, recipes, school exercises, and even jokes. One scroll includes a drawing of a farting demon. Another has math homework scribbled in the margins. It's humanity in all its dusty, hilarious, earnest messiness. But here's what makes it feel otherworldly. Most of these documents were never meant to survive. Paper was fragile, ink faded, scrolls wore out. These were tools for the moment, not artifacts for posterity, and yet they were hidden, preserved, saved by someone. We don't know exactly who sealed the library or why. Historians theorize that during a time of upheaval, the fall of the Xixia kingdom perhaps, or the threat of Mongol invasions, monks chose to protect the collection by sealing it off, out of reach, out of time. Maybe they hoped someone would find it. Maybe they just couldn't bear to see it destroyed. What's clear is this: they succeeded. Because now, over 1,000 years later, those scrolls are being digitized, translated, and studied. Scholars compare ink formulas, brush strokes, even thumbprints left in the margins. Machine learning is being used to reconstruct torn texts. Entire languages once thought extinct are being revived through these fragments. You walk deeper into the cave. It's cool and still. A faint whiff of mildew and old paper still lingers in the rock. In the faint light, you imagine the monk who sealed the room, brush in hand. Scrolls stacked around him. Dust settling. Time folding in. Maybe he thought the world was ending. Maybe he thought it was just beginning. And you realize this wasn't a library. It was a message in a bottle, sent across time, buried in sand, waiting. And we were lucky enough to find it. Historians still debate why the cave was sealed, why no inscriptions marked its importance, and how many similar caches may still lie hidden in the deserts of Central Asia. But one thing is certain: knowledge is stubborn. It hides in stone, in silence, in sand, but it doesn't forget. And when the wind shifts just right, it whispers again. You're standing in a dark room, lit only by the cool, white glow of a museum display. Beneath the glass lies an old map, yellowed, cracked at the corners, its surface peppered with mysterious labels in curling script. At first glance, it looks like any other medieval map, but then you look closer. It shows Antarctica, not the Antarctica. You know, white, frozen, desolate. No, this version shows a detailed coastline free of ice, complete with bays, peninsulas, and even rivers. The date on the map, 1513. The cartographer, a man named Piri Reis, an Ottoman admiral who claimed he drew the map using older sources, some of which he said went back to the time of Alexander the Great. And now you're staring at something that shouldn't exist, because Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, and it wasn't properly mapped until the 20th century, using satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar. Yet somehow, this 16th century map seems to depict a version of Antarctica without ice, a continent that's been covered in ice for over 6,000 years, if not longer. So, what exactly is going on here? Let's zoom out. The Piri Reis map was rediscovered in 1929 on a dusty shelf in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace. It only shows the western edge of the map. About a third of the full original survives. But what we have is stunning. It includes parts of Europe, West Africa, the Atlantic, and the coast of what seems to be South America, though some features are oddly placed, stretched, or warped. That's not unusual for the time. Medieval cartographers often merged data from multiple sources, like puzzle pieces that didn't quite fit. But then you reach the southern edge. The coastline turns inward, sweeps to the east, and curves beneath South America. According to some scholars and theorists, that curve represents the northern shore of Queen Maud Land, a part of Antarctica beneath modern ice sheets. And that's where the debate begins. Let's walk through the theories. Theory 1. It's just South America. The most conservative explanation is that Piri Reis's map simply misrepresents the South American coast. Remember, he was working with secondhand sources, some of which were already centuries old and copied over and over again. The bulge that people interpret as Antarctica, it could be a distorted view of Patagonia or the Falkland Islands. A mistake, not a mystery. But the shape is uncannily accurate, too accurate, say some. And therein lies the hook. Theory 2. Ancient seafarers mapped Antarctica. This is where things get wild. Some researchers, most famously Charles Hapgood, in the 1960s proposed that the Piri Reis map is based on even older maps, drawn by a lost civilization with advanced geographical knowledge. Hapgood's theory, detailed in his book, Maps of the Ancient Sea. King suggested that prehistoric seafarers had mapped Antarctica before it was covered in ice. They passed down this knowledge, which was eventually absorbed by Greek or Arab cartographers and filtered through the ages until Piri Reis compiled them. He claimed this was evidence of a pre-Ice Age maritime culture capable of circumnavigation, trigonometry, and accurate cartography. It's an exciting idea in ancient Atlantis with compass and sextant, but there are problems. Modern geologists estimate that Antarctica has been covered by a thick ice sheet for at least 6,000 years, possibly much longer. That predates not just the Ottomans, but the invention of writing agriculture and the wheel. So if someone mapped Antarctica before the ice, who were they? Hapgood suggested the use of earth crust displacement, a fringe theory that proposes the continents can shift position, suddenly realigning global geography. It's not widely accepted. The math doesn't hold, the physics are suspect, and the archaeological evidence thin. Even so, the idea stuck. It caught the imagination of authors like Graham Hancock and Eric von Däniken, who took Hapgood's theory even further into the realm of ancient aliens and forgotten technologies. That's when the Piri Reis map went from curiosity to pop culture legend. But even among serious researchers, the map raises questions. How did a 16th century admiral get such precise coastlines? And why did Piri Reis himself write in the map's margin that he used ancient charts drawn in the days of Alexander the Great and even older maps? Did such charts really exist, or was he embellishing? That brings us to Theory 3. The map wasn't about accuracy. Some scholars argue that the Piri Reis map was not intended to be geographically perfect. Maps of that era were often symbolic, political, or cosmological. They showed monsters, biblical events, or national pride, not just coastlines. In this view, the odd features of the map, like a distorted South America or a too precise Antarctica, don't reflect reality. They reflect interpretation. But still, that southern coastline, it just won't go away. In the 1990s, scientists compared it to modern seismographic maps made beneath the Antarctic ice. Some noted similarities, particularly in Queen Maud Land, but the comparison isn't universally accepted. The data is fragmentary. The match, they say, is suggestive, not conclusive, which leaves us right where we started, with a map and a question. You walk slowly around the display case, watching the parchment catch the light. The ink is fading. The edges curl. But the lines, those careful, deliberate lines, still trace something someone thought important. Maybe it's a mistake, a coincidence, a copying error repeated for centuries. Or maybe it's a message, a hint that the world once knew more than we give it credit for. Historians still debate whether the Piri Reis map truly shows Antarctica or just the limits of early modern imagination. Whether it's proof of forgotten civilizations or a very human error. But it reminds us of something powerful, that the past isn't just what we remember. It's also what we misplace, mislabel, misunderstand, and maybe what we forget is where the real discoveries wait. You lean in closer, tracing that impossible coastline with your eyes, and wonder what else lies just outside the edge of the known world. You're on an island now, far out in the Pacific Ocean, alone in the sea, like a punctuation mark at the end of the world. The wind tastes of salt and time. The sun beats down on fields of grass and volcanic rock, and scattered across the land, hundreds of them stand the watchers, stone faces, stoic, weathered, towering up to 33 feet tall and weighing as much as 90 tons. Their gaze is fixed not on the sea, but inland toward the heart of the island. You're on Rapa Nui, better known as Easter Island, and you're standing before the Moai. They don't blink, they don't move. But once upon a time, they did, and no one can quite agree how. Let's start with what we know. Rapa Nui is one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth, more than 2,000 miles from the nearest continent. Polynesians are believed to have arrived here sometime around 1200 CE, after sailing thousands of miles across open ocean in double-hulled canoes. They brought with them plants, animals, language, culture, and a belief in ancestral spirits. The Moai were part of that. Each statue represents a deified ancestor believed to watch over the people, bestowing protection and fertility. They weren't decorations. They were living monuments, spiritually charged, placed on stone platforms called ahu, with ceremonial significance. Carved from volcanic tuff, soft, easily shaped stone, the Moai were sculpted in quarries, especially at a site called Rano Raraku, where dozens of half-finished statues still lie frozen in time. But here's the mystery. How did they move? Some of these statues were transported as far as 11 miles from the quarry to their ahu. No wheels, no metal tools, no beasts of burden. just ropes, logs, and muscle. Early theories assumed they were hauled across the island on sledges or rollers made from felled palm trees. That leads to another mystery: deforestation. By the time Europeans arrived in the 18th century, the island was nearly barren. No large trees, erosion scars. Oral histories describe a collapse, famine, war, cannibalism. Scholars long assumed that the islanders had cut down every tree to move the Moai, triggering an ecological disaster. In this version of the story, the Moai become cautionary symbols. Giant heads watching the world fall apart because their creators chose prestige over sustainability. But newer theories complicate that narrative. Recent research suggests the island was not a paradise turned wasteland, but a tough environment from the start. The soil was poor, the climate harsh. Rats brought by the settlers may have contributed to deforestation by eating palm seeds. The people adapted. They built rock gardens and stone mulching fields to retain moisture. They practiced slash-and-burn agriculture, not out of ignorance, but resilience. And as for moving the Moai, let's talk about the most fascinating theory of all. They walked. No, not literally. But in a sense, yes. According to Rapa Nui oral tradition, the Moai walked to their destinations guided by mana, the spiritual force imbued by their carvers and priests. For centuries, archaeologists took that as myth until someone tried it. In 2012, a team of archaeologists led by Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo tested the idea. They built a replica Moai and used strong ropes to rock it side to side like a refrigerator being shimmied across a kitchen floor. With teams pulling alternately on each side, the statue moved forward, upright, pivoting slightly with each step. No trees, no sledges, just balance and rhythm. It worked. And suddenly that phrase "they walked" wasn't metaphorical anymore. It was engineering poetry. This method not only explains transportation, it explains wear patterns found on the Moai's bases. It even accounts for fallen statues along the roadsides. If a statue tipped too far during walking, it would have been nearly impossible to right again. So it stayed where it fell. But even as we solve one mystery, others appear. Why were some Moai buried up to their necks? Images of these head-only statues went viral years ago. But many people don't realize those heads are attached to full bodies, sunk over time by erosion and ritual burial. Some even have carvings on their torsos, petroglyphs representing lineage tools or sacred symbols. Then there's the question of the eyes. When the Moai were originally erected, they weren't left blank. They had inlaid eyes, white coral, with obsidian pupils. Only once the eyes were added did the Moai become alive with mana. Their gaze turned sacred, directional, protective. Why are they looking inland? Because they weren't guarding the island from invaders. They were watching the people. They were keeping the ancestors present until they weren't. By the 1700s, the Moai culture began to decline. A new religious movement emerged, the Tangata Manu, or Birdman cult, centered around an annual competition for power. Moai were toppled either ritually or during internal conflicts. Europeans arrived in 1722. Over the next century, the island was visited by slave raiders, colonists, missionaries. Disease followed. So did exploitation. By the 1870s, the population had collapsed from thousands to just over 100 people. The Moai stood, then they fell, then they were forgotten, until they were not. In the 20th century, restoration efforts began. Statues were re-erected. Carvings were studied. And once again, the world began to ask, who were these people? How did they do this, and why? And the people of Rapa Nui answered, "We are still here." The descendants of the Moai makers continue to live on the island. They speak Rapa Nui. They keep the stories. They share the dances and chants. They are not ruins. They are not relics. They are memory made flesh. Historians still debate whether the Moai triggered ecological collapse or were part of a sophisticated adaptive culture, whether the walking method was widely used or a recent rediscovery, whether the Moai are warnings or wonders. But here's what's undeniable. They endured against windsalt time and silence. You step back from the statue. Its face looms against the sky, expression unreadable. You imagine it walking one slow step at a time across a green island long ago, carried not by machines, but by rhythm, by people, by belief. And you understand something. We don't always build monuments for others. Sometimes we build them so we don't forget ourselves. The air is thick with heat and dust. You're walking past the Giza Plateau, not toward the iconic pyramids, but behind them. Past the tourists and postcard stands, towards something quieter, older, less Instagrammed. Beneath your feet, a hidden world may be waiting. Not tombs, not treasure, but a labyrinth. Not just any labyrinth. The legendary lost labyrinth of Egypt, described by ancient historians as so vast, so intricate, and so confounding that it made even the Great Pyramid seem small. And here's the thing, it might be real. Let's start with the source. The story comes primarily from Herodotus, the Greek historian who visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE. He described a structure near a place called Lake Moeris, just south of modern-day Cairo, that boggled his mind. According to his account, the labyrinth had 3,000 rooms, split evenly between an upper level and a subterranean one. The lower rooms, he was told, housed tombs that no one may enter. He wrote, "I found it greater than words can tell. The sum of all the works and buildings of the Greeks put together would be inferior to this labyrinth. Even the pyramids are surpassed by this marvel." That's a bold claim. Other ancient sources like Strabo Pliny, the Elder, and Diodorus Siculus mention it too. They describe columns, vaulted rooms, winding corridors, and walls covered in carvings. Some claimed it was built by Amenemhat III, a Middle Kingdom pharaoh, around 1800 BCE. But then it vanished. For centuries, no one could find it. Egyptologists dismissed it as a misinterpretation, or an exaggeration, or a mislocated temple. Nothing turned up. The sands swallowed it whole until 2008. That year, a group of Belgian and Egyptian researchers, part of the Mataha expedition, conducted ground-penetrating radar surveys at Hawara, a site near the Fayum Oasis and the ancient lake Herodotus described. What they found sent a shiver through the academic world. The scans revealed a vast underground structure covering more than 600,000 square feet, about 14 acres. Chambers walls and what appeared to be corridors all showed up beneath the surface. The formation was too regular, too geometric to be natural. The expedition published a preliminary report suggesting they had found remnants of the legendary labyrinth. Then, silence. Shortly afterward, the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities, then led by Zahi Hawass, halted further investigation. The area was declared off-limits. No official reason was given. The Mataha team's findings were not widely circulated. Their website went dark. Their scans disappeared from public access. Cue the conspiracy theories. Was the discovery being suppressed, hidden, misinterpreted, or was it just inconvenient? Let's take a breath and walk through the possibilities. Possibility 1. It was a real labyrinth. If the ancient accounts are even halfway accurate, the structure at Hawara may have been an administrative and ceremonial complex housing archives, tombs and shrines. Some theorists believe it served as a repository of knowledge, possibly storing records, scrolls, or ritual artifacts in its lower chambers. It would have been a symbol of cosmic order, a physical map of the universe, as understood by Egyptian priests. Others speculate it could have been a symbolic underworld, a place where the journey of the dead was mimicked in stone. Each room, a test. Each corridor, a passage through the afterlife. But if that's true, where is it? Much of the site may have collapsed or been submerged. Egypt's water table has risen over the centuries. The labyrinth might be filled with silt or deliberately buried. Some structures at Hawara, like Amenemhet III's mortuary temple, do match the rough location and date mentioned in the texts. But only a fraction has been excavated. So we wait. Possibility 2. It's a misinterpretation. Not everyone is convinced. Skeptics argue that the Mataha radar data is too vague to confirm anything. Ground-penetrating radar can detect voids and anomalies, but interpreting those shapes as rooms or corridors is speculative. Others believe Herodotus was shown an above-ground temple, now destroyed, and mistook its grandeur for a labyrinth. Or that later writers simply repeated his story, amplifying it over time. But that still leaves the radar data, the accounts, the puzzle pieces. Even the skeptics aren't ready to dismiss it entirely, because something is down there. Possibility 3. It was covered up. This is where things get murky. The timing of the halt, the vanishing of the data, the lack of follow-up, all of it has fueled rumors. Some believe that the Egyptian authorities feared international looting or controversy over religious artifacts. Others think that politically sensitive materials like alternative histories of pharaohs or controversial religious texts could be buried in the complex. Or perhaps it was just bureaucracy, or lack of funding, or academic caution. Still, when the sands close again, people wonder what's being kept from view. You walk across the modern site. A few scattered ruins remain. Tourists snap selfies with fragments of stone lions and eroded statues, but they don't know what might lie 10 feet beneath their shoes. A staircase, a hallway, a locked chamber untouched for 3,800 years. It wouldn't take much, just a little digging, but Egypt's deserts keep their secrets close. And archaeologists, whether cautious or silenced, seem unwilling to break the silence. So we're left with fragments, a map drawn from radar, a quote from Herodotus, a dusty temple site, and a question that won't go away. Historians still debate whether the labyrinth was real mythical or misunderstood, whether Hawara hides a buried marvel or just a collapsed complex, whether ancient writers told the truth or told a story. But one thing is certain, the idea of a hidden labyrinth full of forgotten knowledge resonates in a way that transcends architecture, because we all want to believe there's something more beneath the surface. That, beneath the pyramids, beneath the sand, beneath what we're told to accept, there's a hallway, and at the end of it, a door no one's opened yet. You're standing on a hilltop in southern Turkey. The sun is hot. The stones are pale and dry. All around you stretch fields, but not flat ones. There are humps, soft rises in the earth like something is buried beneath the soil waiting. It was here, on one of these nondescript knolls, that a shepherd stumbled upon a carved stone poking through the dirt in 1994. He called in some archaeologists. They brushed away the dust. What they uncovered changed everything. This is Gobekli Tepe, and it may be the oldest temple on Earth, not older than the pyramids, not older than Stonehenge, older than agriculture, older than writing, older than civilization itself. Let's put that into perspective. The site is dated to about 9600 BCE. That's over 11,000 years ago. Before metal, before the wheel, before cities, before domestic animals, before humans even started growing crops in any meaningful way. In other words, Gobekli Tepe was built by hunter-gatherers, people who lived in small groups, followed animals, foraged berries. No governments, no kings, no written language, just flint tools and fire. And yet, they built this. Let's take a walk. The site is composed of massive circular enclosures, each filled with T-shaped limestone pillars, some standing over 16 feet tall, weighing 10 tons or more. These pillars are arranged in circles or ovals, with two larger central columns in each ring, like altars or sentinels or deities. Many of the stones are carved with reliefs, animals, birds, insects, abstract symbols. The detail is breathtaking. Foxes slink along the edges, snakes coil, boars bristle, vultures spread their wings. Some carvings are bold. Others are subtle, meant to be seen in certain light. The stone itself isn't just functional, it's expressive. And here's the thing. No one lived here. No hearths, no houses, no trash pits. This wasn't a village. It was a temple. A place people came to, not a place they lived. And that flips everything we thought we knew. For decades, archaeologists believed that religion came after farming. That once we had stable food supplies and settlements, we started building temples to thank the gods. That belief followed survival. But Gobekli Tepe suggests the opposite. That belief came first. That religion may have sparked civilization, not the other way around. People may have gathered here for ritual, for feast, for connection. And in doing so, they needed to feed each other. So they stayed. So they planted. So they invented agriculture. As the saying goes, first came the gods, then came the granaries. Even more strange, the people who built Gobekli Tepe buried it. Yes. Carefully, deliberately ring after ring, filled with earth and stone and sealed like a tomb. This is not erosion. This is intention. Why? We don't know. Maybe the rituals changed. Maybe the gods stopped answering. Maybe newer circles were built nearby, and the old ones retired like sacred relics. And there are newer rings, smaller, less refined. The early enclosures, like those in layer 3, are massive and intricately carved. Later ones in layer 2 are simpler, rougher. The quality declines over time. That's the opposite of what you'd expect. Normally, technology improves. Temples get grander. But here, it's as if the builders forgot how to build what their ancestors had made. Or maybe the will was lost, or the purpose, or the people. By around 8000 BCE, Gobekli Tepe was abandoned, buried, forgotten. And it stayed that way for 10,000 years, until a shepherd and a team of patient archaeologists pulled it back into the light. Even now, only a fraction of the site has been excavated. Radar scans show dozens more enclosures beneath the soil, whole rings waiting beneath untouched hills. And here's what haunts you. We almost never found it. If that shepherd had walked a few feet to the left, if the archaeologists hadn't looked closer, if time had been just a little less kind, we'd never know this place existed. A whole chapter of human prehistory would still be missing, and maybe it still is. Because Gobekli Tepe raises more questions than it answers. Who built it? No names, no writing, no records. These were nomadic people, pre-pottery, working with stone tools. To carve and move such massive stones, they needed coordination, division of labor, planning, the very things we associate with civilization. So, were they more civilized than we thought? Or is our definition just too narrow? What was it for? The carvings suggest it was religious. But what kind of religion? No idols. No altars. Just animals. Many are dangerous snakes, scorpions, lions. Were they symbolic of the underworld guardians? Totems. Some scholars suggest the site was a funerary center tied to death rites. Others think it was a cosmic observatory aligned with stars. The twin central pillars may have represented a gateway between life and death, or human and divine. But we don't know. Not really. How widespread was this? Gobekli Tepe wasn't alone. Nearby sites like Karahan Tepe, discovered more recently, show similar megalithic construction, some even older. It's possible this whole region was a cultural hotspot, a Stone Age religious complex that predated everything we thought we knew. And that's the unsettling part. It means there could be other Gobekli Tepes out there, still buried, still waiting. Historians still debate whether this site rewrites the timeline of civilization or merely complicates it, whether it was a rare anomaly or part of a larger forgotten pattern. But one thing is certain, it humbles us, because the people who carved these stones were not primitives. They were artists, engineers, visionaries. They stood under the same stars we do. They feared the same darkness, and they etched their fears and hopes into stone so we'd still see them 11,000 years later. You step between two standing pillars. They tower over you, cool and silent, their surfaces worn but not erased. You run your fingers over the carvings, still sharp, in places still whispering. You feel a presence, not divine maybe, but human. A reminder that long before we called ourselves modern, someone stood here. Someone who looked at this hill, this earth, this sky, and chose to build, not to survive, but to believe. You're in a tunnel. It's narrow, the ceiling low enough that you have to stoop. The walls are carved stone dry, smooth, and surprisingly quiet, even though you can hear your own heartbeat. The air smells ancient, not musty or moldy, just old, like the breath of time itself is lingering in the rock. And then the tunnel opens up into a hallway, then a chamber, then a stairwell, then more tunnels, more rooms, more everything. You're not in a cave. You're in a city. Welcome to Derinkuyu, a sprawling, multi-level underground metropolis carved beneath the soft volcanic rock of Cappadocia, Turkey. A place so vast, so complex, and so deeply buried in the Earth's crust that it sat undetected for centuries, hiding tens of thousands of square meters of chambers, kitchens, churches, wells, stables, wineries, schools, and air shafts. A city underground, and no one's quite sure who built it or why. Let's start with the basics. Derinkuyu was rediscovered in 1963 when a Turkish man renovating his basement knocked through a wall and found a dark passageway. As he explored, he found rooms, then tunnels, then entire floors. Soon, a vast network unfolded, eventually leading archaeologists to identify over 18 levels carved into the earth. Of those 8 levels are accessible today, and the city descends over 200 feet, 60 meters into the ground. Estimates suggest it could have housed 20,000 people or more, along with livestock supplies and everything a community would need to survive for months at a time, completely hidden. And this wasn't just a haphazard warren of burrows. The engineering is astonishing. The city has air shafts, over 50 of them, carefully placed to provide ventilation across multiple levels. There are sealed doors in the form of massive circular stone slabs that roll into place, blocking tunnel entrances. There are escape routes, defensive bottlenecks, communal kitchens, water wells, and even schools and chapels. The deeper levels include missionary schools with benches carved from stone and what appear to be confessionals or meditation chambers. This wasn't a mine. This was a sanctuary. But from what? That's the heart of the mystery. Who built Derinkuyu? The oldest parts of the city are difficult to date because the region's volcanic tuff doesn't contain organic material for carbon dating. Some archaeologists believe the site was first carved by the Phrygians around the 8th–7th centuries BCE. Others argue for the Hittites over 1,000 years earlier. Still others whisper that the tunnels predate even that they go back to a prehistoric culture, one without a written record, one that vanished before history noticed it was missing. What we do know is that later civilizations used the city, expanding it, reinforcing it, passing it along like a secret. The Byzantines used it during Arab raids in the 7th century. Christians fleeing persecution took refuge here, decorating some of the rooms with crosses and religious murals. Even during the Ottoman era, local Greeks used the tunnels during times of strife. Each wave of occupants left their mark, but no one left a name, and no one wrote down the full story of its origin. Why build underground? Several theories have been proposed. Invasion is a big one. This region of Anatolia has been a crossroads and a battleground for millennia. Hittites, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, Mongols, everyone wanted a piece of it. A city like Derinkuyu offered complete protection. From the surface, there's no indication of what lies below. Entryways were small, easily hidden, and strategically narrow, perfect for defense. An invading army could sweep through the area and never realize 20,000 people were beneath their feet, waiting for the danger to pass. Another theory is climate. In times of extreme cold or drought, an underground city would be more stable, cool in summer, warm in winter, protected from wind and weather. The volcanic tuff is easy to carve, yet strong enough to support multi-level structures. Still others believe the city may have started as storage or shelter during periods of seasonal migration, only expanding into something larger over generations. Then there's the cosmic theory. Some fringe theorists have proposed that Derinkuyu was not a refuge from humans, but from something greater: comets, radiation floods, even visitors from the sky. That it was built as a lifeboat, not a fortress, a place to wait out the end of the world. No evidence supports that view, but the scale and effort of the place do invite wonder. Because here's the thing: carving one room into soft rock, doable. Carving miles of tunnels, vertical shafts, staircases, and storage vaults, that takes time, coordination, knowledge of structural stability, ventilation, water management, a kind of underground urban planning that's quietly brilliant. And the people who did it, they didn't leave signatures, no royal seals, no dedications, no inscriptions, just space and silence. You walk through one of the narrow corridors, barely wide enough for two people to squeeze past each other. A groove has been worn into the stone from thousands of years of feet. You reach a small chamber with a circular doorway. The stone disc once used to seal it, shaped like a giant millstone, is still propped to the side. It weighs nearly half a ton, and yet it rolls perfectly into place. You're 100 feet below the surface, and the walls are as cool and steady as a mountain cave. You hear nothing. No hum of electricity. No rustle of wind. Just breath. Just awe. Historians still debate the exact origin of Derinkuyu, who began it, why they dug so deep, and how many generations lived and died in its echoing halls. Some believe dozens of similar cities exist nearby Kemaklimaza connected by long tunnels forming an entire subterranean network beneath Cappadocia, a civilization beneath a civilization, a mirror world, a sanctuary that was never meant to be found unless you already knew the way. And maybe that's the lesson here, that not all greatness is built upward. Some of it is carved downward in darkness, in stillness, in stone. You climb back to the surface, blinking against the sun. The wind blows dry dust across the hills. A shepherd walks by unaware that beneath his feet lie chambers carved by hands that never asked for credit, only safety, only silence. You're standing in a clearing surrounded by walls, not the crumbling kind, built by accident over centuries, but deliberate walls. High curved, elegant, stone fitted to stone without mortar, rising in graceful arcs across the African savanna. You're in Great Zimbabwe, a city so stunning in its design and so mysterious in its origin that for centuries people refused to believe the obvious, that Africans built it. Let's take a look around. The most iconic structure here is the Great Enclosure, a massive elliptical wall, more than 30 feet high and nearly 300 feet long, enclosing a series of platforms, narrow passages, and towers. Then there's the hill complex, built into a rocky acropolis above, with terraces, steps, and conical towers that rise like signals to the sky. Together, these structures make up the heart of Great Zimbabwe, the ruins of a once thriving civilization that reached its height between the 11th and 15th centuries. At its peak, Great Zimbabwe may have supported a population of 10,000 to 20,000 people, a significant urban center in the heart of southern Africa. The name Zimbabwe itself comes from the Shona phrase Zimba Zamabwe, meaning houses of stone. And the people who lived here, they weren't lost tribes of Israel, wandering Phoenicians, or rogue Egyptian architects as once claimed. They were the Shona, skilled builders, traders, metallurgists, farmers, rulers. But for a long time, the world refused to accept that. A thriving trade empire. Great Zimbabwe didn't rise in isolation. It was part of a trade network that stretched across the continent and beyond. Archaeologists have found Chinese porcelain Persian glassware and Arab coins at the site. That means the people of Great Zimbabwe were connected to the Indian Ocean trade, likely through ports like Sofala and Kilwa on the coast of modern-day Mozambique and Tanzania. In return, they exported gold, ivory, iron, and possibly cattle, all flowing from the interior to the world beyond. They were not cut off. They were plugged in, and they didn't just move goods. They moved ideas, beliefs, and symbols. One of the most enduring is the Zimbabwe bird, a stylized stone sculpture of a bird with human-like features. 8 of these were found atop stone pillars at the site. No one knows exactly what they represent: ancestor spirits, totemic animals, gods. But they became so iconic that they now appear on the flag of Zimbabwe. It's a powerful symbol of identity, of pride, of resilience, denial, and erasure. But when Europeans first encountered Great Zimbabwe in the 19th century, they didn't see pride. They saw a problem. European colonists, steeped in the prejudices of the time, couldn't believe that a primitive African culture could have built something so impressive? The architecture was too refined, the stones too well placed, the scale too grand. So they invented stories that it was the work of Queen Sheba, or King Solomon's mines, or wandering builders from Phoenicia. They brought in experts like J. Theodore Bent, a British antiquarian sent in 1891 by the Royal Geographical Society. Bent, with no formal training in archaeology, confidently declared the ruins were of non-African origin. His conclusion: a lost white civilization had done it, and that became the story. For decades, it was taught, printed, repeated, even as archaeological evidence began piling up, showing African tools, pottery, and cultural continuity. Colonial powers suppressed those findings. In Rhodesia, as Zimbabwe was then called, white settlers saw the ruins as a threat to their authority. If Africans had built Great Zimbabwe, it challenged the very foundations of their racist worldview, so they buried the truth, literally and figuratively. Artifacts were miscatalogued. Indigenous oral histories were ignored. African scholars were silenced. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that the academic tide began to shift. Archaeologists like Peter Garlake, a white Rhodesian scholar, risked his career by stating what was obvious to the local Shona all along, that Great Zimbabwe was built by their ancestors. His reward: he was forced out of his job. But the truth could not be silenced forever. After Zimbabwe gained independence in 1980, the ruins took on new meaning, not just as a historical site, but as a symbol of national rebirth. The country's very name, Zimbabwe, was chosen to reclaim the legacy that had been denied. The architecture speaks back at the site. You stand before the conical tower, a structure with no doors or windows. Some believe it was symbolic, representing a grain silo, signifying wealth stability and the king's role as provider. Others think it had a religious function or served as a marker of cosmic alignment. The point is, it doesn't need to fit neatly into European categories to be valid. It is what it is: African architecture rooted in African beliefs, made with African hands, and it endures. Without mortar, the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe still stand, their courses curved like the wind, each stone carefully placed to lock in its neighbors. The craftsmanship is intuitive, responsive to the landscape not imposed upon it. You walk the narrow passageways. The sun filters down in slanted beams. A bird calls overhead. A goat wanders by. This isn't just a ruin. It's a memory palace. It holds stories in stone. Historians still debate some of the site's finer details. How much was ceremonial versus residential? How far its influence reached, whether it served as a capital or a pilgrimage center. But they no longer debate who built it. That question has been answered. And the answer, simple and clear, is this: Africans did. You stand at the center of the great enclosure and look up. The wall curves above you like a wave of stone frozen mid-rise. The wind whispers through the gaps. You feel small, but not insignificant, because you're not looking at a ruin of the past. You're looking at proof that greatness is not owned by any one culture, proof that history is richer than the stories we're told, proof that even in silence stone can speak. And it says, we were here, we built this, and we remember. You're back in Egypt, but not at the usual places. Not at Giza, with its perfect pyramids and tourist buses and postcard angles. No, you're somewhere quieter off the Nile, near a place called Maydum. There's a pyramid here too, sort of. From a distance, it looks like a rocky mesa, flat-topped, blocky wrong. The sides don't taper to a point. They just drop, like someone chopped the top off, and the base spills outward in a chaotic mound of limestone debris. This is the Meidum Pyramid, Egypt's forgotten experiment, and it's a puzzle no one's fully solved. Let's take a closer look. Originally built during Egypt's 3rd or early 4th dynasty, around 2600 BCE, the pyramid is commonly associated with Snefru, the founding pharaoh of the 4th dynasty and father of Khufu, the man who would later build the Great Pyramid of Giza. But Meidum was where the builders were still learning. It started out, scholars believe, as a step pyramid, 7 layers high, built like a wedding cake with successively smaller tiers. That was the style in vogue at the time, following the famous design of Djoser's step pyramid at Saqqara. But somewhere during construction, the plan changed. The architects decided to transform the step pyramid into a smooth-sided pyramid, a true pyramid like the ones we all know today. They filled in the steps with fine limestone casing and extended the base. And that's when things went wrong. Because today, the Meidum Pyramid is mostly a ruin. Only the inner core remains a blocky stump about 213 feet tall. Around its base lies a wide moat of rubble. The collapsed outer layers of the pyramid spread like the remains of a forgotten landslide. But here's the real mystery. When did it collapse? Some Egyptologists argue that the pyramid collapsed during construction, that the weight of the added layers built at a steeper angle than earlier structures exceeded the strength of the core. Others say the collapse happened centuries later after the site was abandoned. That time and erosion, and maybe even an earthquake, caused the casing stones to slip and the foundation to fail. Then there's the quiet theory, that it didn't collapse at all, not naturally, that it was intentionally dismantled. Why would anyone do that? To erase a mistake or a king. Let's step inside. Yes, you can enter the Meidum Pyramid. There's a descending passage cut into the north face, leading into a narrow corridor, then an antechamber, then the burial chamber, high-roofed and silent. There's no sarcophagus, no decorations, no carvings, just stone. This was long before the explosion of tomb art we see in later pyramids. Meidum is raw, experimental. The interior ceiling is corbelled, arched upward, with overlapping blocks to distribute weight. It's one of the earliest examples of this technique in Egyptian architecture. You run your fingers along the wall. It's smooth, solid, perfectly cut. Even in failure, the craftsmanship is undeniable. So if this was Sneferu's project, why didn't he finish it? Well, that's the thing. He did finish a pyramid, just not this one. In fact, he built 2 others, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, both at Dashur. The Bent Pyramid is famous for its odd shape. The angle changes halfway up, giving it a squashed look. That's probably due to structural concerns. Engineers likely realized mid-construction that the original angle was too steep, so they adjusted to prevent collapse. By the time they got to the Red Pyramid, Sneferu's builders had perfected the design. It's Egypt's first true smooth-sided pyramid, an architectural triumph that paved the way for Giza. But Meidum got left behind. Some say it was Sneferu's first attempt, and once the design failed, he moved on. Others say it was begun by his predecessor Huni, and Sneferu just inherited the project. Either way, it became a kind of prototype, a learning curve in limestone, and then it became a warning. Later, Egyptian builders didn't repeat the same mistakes. The angle was adjusted, the core structure reinforced. They learned from Meidum's collapse or abandonment and aimed higher, literally. But here's what's strange. Meidum wasn't forgotten in antiquity. In fact, during Egypt's New Kingdom, 1,000 years later, scribes and priests visited the site and referred to it as the beautiful pyramid. Even then, its shape was broken, but its memory lingered. Some travelers in the Islamic period called it the false pyramid, a name that still echoes in Arabic as El Haram El Kadab. And even now, it sits quietly, overshadowed by Giza, rarely mentioned in school books, barely visited. But it's just as important because it shows process. It shows that the Great Pyramids didn't just appear from nowhere. They were the result of trial, error, innovation, and persistence. They rose from the rubble of mistakes, literal rubble in Madam's case. You stand on the sloped mound of fallen stones. It stretches outward like a frozen wave, tumbled and ancient. You can almost picture it the moment the casing stones crack the layers, shifting the sound like thunder as 20-ton blocks sheared away and tumbled down. Was it a storm, a quake, or something more deliberate? Historians still debate whether Meidum fell during construction, during the reign of a later pharaoh, or as part of a campaign to reclaim valuable limestone for other projects. Some believe it was used as a quarry, its casing stones stripped for temples and mosques in nearby towns. But the fact remains, something magnificent was attempted here, and it didn't quite work, and that makes it human. Because the story of Egypt's pyramids isn't just about kings and gods and immortality. It's about learning, about failing, about trying again, and that's what Meidum is. Not a monument to success, but to effort, to boldness, to the belief that something impossible is worth trying, even if it doesn't last. You look up at the jagged remains, standing tall against the desert sky. Not elegant, not perfect, but still there, still watching, still remembered. The sea is quiet now. Calm waves lap against the eastern Mediterranean coast. A fishing boat rocks gently at anchor. But 3,000 years ago, this water burned with ships and screaming. Cities fell. Palaces crumbled. Civilizations ended. And no one knows exactly why, because from around 1200 BCE, a mysterious force surged out of the sea, attacking some of the most powerful kingdoms of the ancient world. They're known today only by the name others gave them, the Sea Peoples. And they might be the closest thing we have to real-world phantoms of history. Let's set the stage. The Late Bronze Age was a golden era for the Eastern Mediterranean. Egypt was powerful. The Hittites ruled Anatolia. The Mycenaeans dominated Greece. Trade flourished. Diplomacy thrived. Letters were exchanged between kings on baked clay tablets. There was order. And then it all collapsed. Between 1200 and 1150 BCE, city after city was burned to the ground. Ugarit gone. Mycenae abandoned. Hattusa, the Hittite capital, leveled. Even mighty Egypt barely held the line. Who was responsible? The records from the time are cryptic, but one name keeps surfacing: the Sea Peoples. They're not one group. That's important. They appear in Egyptian records as a confederation of tribes or ethnic groups. We don't know what they called themselves. We only know the names given to them: Shurden Shekelesh, Luka, Peliset, Ekwesh, Denyen Checker, and others. The most famous source is the mortuary temple of Ramses III at Medinet Habu. They're carved in dramatic relief. The pharaoh boasts of defeating a coalition of sea invaders in 1177 BCE. He describes their ships, their warriors, their weapons. He says, the foreign countries made a conspiracy in their islands. No land could stand before their arms. And you can see the battle etched in stone, naval combat warriors with horned helmets, chariots crashing. But even Ramses III triumphant as he was, couldn't stop the unraveling of the world around him. The Sea Peoples didn't just raid, they burned everything down. So who were they? Theory 1. Displaced migrants. Some scholars believe the Sea Peoples weren't just warriors, but refugees. Perhaps driven by famine, drought, or natural disasters in their homelands, they migrated in large numbers across the Mediterranean, looking for new lands. If food supplies collapsed due to climate change or crop failure, whole populations could have taken to the sea, moving en masse with their families' livestock and weapons. In this theory, the invasions weren't just conquests, they were desperate resettlements. Some archaeological evidence supports this at destroyed cities like Ugarit and Ashkelon. Signs of fire and sudden abandonment suggest rapid upheaval. And in some cases, the Sea People stayed forming new communities along the coast, especially in Canaan. The Peliset, for example, are often identified as the Philistines. Yes, the same people who would later clash with the Israelites in biblical stories. Their pottery-style architecture and diet show signs of Aegean influence, suggesting they came from the West. Theory 2. Mercenaries turned marauders. Another theory holds that the Sea Peoples began as mercenaries hired by great empires like Egypt and the Hittites. But as those powers weakened, the mercenaries turned on their former employers, seizing ships, attacking trade routes, and carving out their own kingdoms. This theory explains the organized nature of their attacks, coordinated assaults by land and sea, hitting multiple cities at once. Not random raids, but a campaign. They weren't barbarians, they were tacticians. The Shurden, for instance, are depicted wearing armor and horned helmets, some of the earliest images of professional seafaring warriors. Their combat formations suggest training, discipline. They came to conquer, not just to pillage. Theory 3. Agents of collapse, or its symptom. Some historians argue that the Sea Peoples were not the cause of the Bronze Age collapse, but a symptom of it. In this view, the real reasons were deeper: systemic failure, climate shifts, earthquakes, plague, internal rebellion. As economies buckled and trade routes vanished, the collapse created a power vacuum. The Sea Peoples simply filled it. They weren't burning down a world, they were walking into one already on fire. Which makes the mystery harder, because it's not just who are the Sea Peoples. It's why did the world fall apart? Why did a thriving international system of empires, trade, and diplomacy collapse within a single generation? And why did no civilization record the full story? The answer may lie in silence itself. The clay tablets stop. The inscriptions end. The trade records vanish. There's a 400-year gap called the Greek Dark Age, where almost nothing survives in the archaeological record. Literacy declined. Monument building ceased. Populations fell. It's as if someone hit reset on the Eastern Mediterranean, except they didn't restart where they left off. They started over, from ruins, and somewhere in that wreckage, the Sea Peoples vanished. Maybe they died out. Maybe they integrated into the new cultures that rose from the ashes, like the Philistines, the Phoenicians, or the early Greeks. Maybe they became legend, a whisper in stone, a ghost in bronze. You step into the cool shadows of Medinet Habu, where Ramses III still stands tall on the wall, frozen in eternal victory. The Sea Peoples lie beneath his feet in carved defeat. But history may not agree, because even as Egypt survived the attacks, it never fully recovered. The Hittites gone. The Mycenaeans collapsed. The cities of the Levant abandoned, burned, rebuilt, and burned again. Historians still debate whether the Sea Peoples were pirates, migrants, rebels, mercenaries, or victims. Whether they were the spark or the fuel. whether they ended the Bronze Age or simply survived it better than anyone else. But one thing is clear, they changed everything. Without them, there is no Iron Age. Without them, there is no new map of the Mediterranean. And maybe without them, we don't even get Homer. You look out across the sea, the same sea that brought the strangers to shore 3,000 years ago. It's calm now, unremarkable, but once the horizon was filled with sails, and the world never saw it coming. You're walking through an old museum gallery, quiet, echoey, and a little dusty. The cases are filled with curious objects, strange mirrors, bronze helmets, pottery painted in colors that don't quite feel Greek, but definitely not Roman either. There's something haunting about it all. Familiar, and yet not. A half-smiling face carved into stone. A language no one quite understands. These are the remnants of a civilization that once ruled central Italy long before Rome rose from its hills. They were the Etruscans, and they vanished. Not in fire, not in collapse. They vanished by blending in so well that history nearly forgot them. Let's rewind. The Etruscans thrived in what's now Tuscany, Umbria, and Lazio from about 800 BCE to 300 BCE. They built cities traded with the Greeks, and Phoenicians developed their own alphabet and raised monumental tombs carved into rock. They weren't tribal villagers. They were urbanites, artisans, seafarers, philosophers. Their influence reached across the Mediterranean. Yet for centuries, they were treated as a historical footnote, a precursor to Rome, a weird cousin with fancy jewelry and strange customs. But they were more than that, much more. The mystery of their origins. The Etruscans appear in history like a magician stepping out from behind a curtain, fully formed complex and already thriving. Greek historians speculated that they had come from Lydia in western Anatolia due to similarities in names and a few cultural parallels. Herodotus especially leaned into this idea. Others argued they were autochthonous, that they had always lived in Italy, descended from the Villanovan culture, which had been digging roots in the region since the 9th century BCE. Modern DNA studies have only deepened the mystery. Genetic samples from Etruscan graves show a blend of local and Eastern Mediterranean traits. Some suggest a slow, long migration. Others see a cultural adoption of foreign styles rather than a mass migration of people. So the answer to the Etruscans' origin may be both. Maybe they were locals who embraced outside influences and forged something new. Not immigrants, not natives, innovators. The language problem. You walk up to a bronze mirror in the museum. On its back is a beautiful engraving, figures in motion, names etched above their heads. But you can't read it because the Etruscan language is mostly still a mystery. We have hundreds of inscriptions on tombs, pottery tools, jewelry, but no complete text. The Etruscans wrote left to right, sometimes right to left, and even Boustrophedon, which snakes back and forth like an ox plowing a field. Their alphabet was based on a Greek script, but their language is unrelated to Indo-European tongues. It doesn't sound like Latin or Greek or any of its neighbors. We can pronounce many of the words. We just don't know what most of them mean. Imagine reading a novel aloud fluently, while understanding only the verbs and a few family names. That's Etruscan. It leaves behind questions without answers, especially about their religion, literature, and law. Were they fatalists? Mystics? Rationalists? We don't know. And that silence, it haunts life and afterlife. But what we do know, what they did leave us, is a vision of life as seen through death. The Etruscans were obsessed with the afterlife. Not in a gloomy way, but in an expressive, artistic, sensory way. Their tombs were miniature houses for the dead, painted with scenes of banquets, dancers, musicians, games, animals. Some show couples reclining together, sharing wine and smiles, not alone, not sorrowful, but joyous. These were people who believed death was a continuation, not an end. They buried their dead with tools, food, jewelry, and even pets. Tombs were often built underground in necropolises, cities of the dead mirroring the living world above. In places like Cerveteri and Tarquinia, you can still walk through these tombs. They breathe with color. They echo with laughter even after 2,500 years. There's a lightness in Etruscan art you don't often see in early Mediterranean cultures. A sense that they weren't just surviving, they were enjoying it. Etruscan influence on Rome. Now here's where things get interesting. Rome didn't just conquer the Etruscans. Rome inherited them. Many of Rome's greatest traditions, its religion, architecture, symbols, even parts of its political structure, are Etruscan in origin. The fasces, a bundle of rods symbolizing authority, came from Etruscan customs, the practice of divination by interpreting lightning or bird flight. Straight out of Etruscan religious rituals, the use of arched architecture, city planning, and sewers like the Cloaca Maxima, again Etruscan innovations. And perhaps most tellingly, some of Rome's early kings were Etruscan, including Tarquinius Priscus and Tarquinius Superbus, whose rule ended with the founding of the Republic. But once the Republic rose, the Etruscans began to fade from memory. Not immediately, but gradually, softly. The Vanishing Act. There was no cataclysm, no great war that wiped them out. Instead, over the course of a few generations, the Etruscans were absorbed. Their cities became Roman. Their temples were repurposed. Their children learned Latin. Their names faded. It's a quiet kind of erasure, one that happens not with fire and blood, but with marriage and trade and bureaucracy. By the time of Augustus, no one was writing in Etruscan. Their sacred books had been stored, rarely read. Their gods had been Romanized or forgotten. They didn't die. They were overwritten, like a palimpsest scroll, scraped clean, then reused. Historians still debate whether the Etruscans disappeared or simply became Roman, whether they were conquered or assimilated, whether their silence was forced or chosen. But one thing is certain, they left fingerprints everywhere. In the design of temples, in the symbols of power, in the rhythm of Roman religion, in the art that filled early villas and tombs, and in the mystery that still lingers every time you see one of those wide-eyed stone faces staring back from a museum case as if asking, "Do you remember us?" You pause before a painted sarcophagus where a man and a woman recline side by side. He's reaching for her. She's turning toward him. The scene is frozen, but full of motion, of life. You nod. Yes, we remember. We don't fully understand, but we remember. You're drifting in a canoe now, the water dark and still surrounded by mangroves. The air is heavy with the scent of salt and wet leaves. There's no sound but the paddle cutting through the lagoon and the rustle of wind across the palms. Then through the mist it appears, stone walls rising out of the sea, massive basalt columns stacked like black ribs crisscrossing in geometric patterns, bridges, platforms, canals, the remains of a city built not on land but on coral. You've arrived at Nanmadol, sometimes called the Venice of the Pacific, and nothing about it makes sense. Built on a remote island in the Federated States of Micronesia, Nanmadol is one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in the world. It sits off the eastern coast of Pohnpei, a lush volcanic island lost in the middle of the Pacific. Here, over 90 artificial islets form a sprawling city held together by coral fill and fortified with megalithic basalt walls, some weighing up to 50 tons. And the strangest part? No one knows how they got there. Let's take a closer look. A city on coral. Nan Madol's foundations lie in the tidal flats of a reef. The city doesn't rest on natural terrain. It was built from scratch by constructing artificial platforms using coral stone. On top of those, the builders stacked thousands of basalt prisms, naturally hexagonal columns formed by cooling lava into walls, buildings, and causeways. The basalt came from quarries miles away on the island's main highlands. Imagine that for a second. Moving stone as heavy as an SUV, with no wheels, no cranes, no draft animals across dense jungle, then over water, to construct man-made islands in the middle of a reef. We still don't know exactly how they did it. There are no written records from the builders themselves. Oral traditions say the stones were flown into place by magic, or by the brothers Olosopa and Olosipa, legendary sorcerers who summoned them from the mountain. Archaeologists, of course, suggest more earthly explanations: log rollers, bamboo sledges, raft transport, sheer manpower. But none of those methods have been definitively proven, and the scale of the work, it's staggering. Some estimates say over 750,000 metric tons of stone were used in total. That's more than enough to build a small medieval city. But unlike most ancient cities, Nan Madol wasn't built on something. It was built on nothing. Just sea and coral. That alone would be a marvel. But we're just getting started. The Saudalur dynasty. The builders of Nan Madol were likely the Saudalur, a centralized dynasty that ruled Pohnpei from about 1100 to 1600 CE. The Saudalur were the first to unify the island, imposing order through strict religious and social control. Nan Madol was their administrative and ceremonial capital. Think of it as both a palace and a ritual center. But it wasn't a bustling city in the usual sense. It didn't house thousands. In fact, most commoners were forbidden from living there. Only nobles, priests, and attendants were allowed to enter. The layout of Nan Madol reflects this ritual. Platforms, tombs, and elite residences dominate the site. The common people lived inland. One key structure is Nandawas, a high-walled compound built for the ruling elite. Its basalt walls soar 25 feet high, enclosing burial crypts and sacred spaces. Even now, entering its stone corridors feels like stepping into a different dimension, part temple, part fortress, part mausoleum. And always the water below your feet. The sea seeping through everything, as if the city breathes through tides. The Saudalur rulers claimed divine authority, deriving power from their connection to the gods. Their control over the island was not just political, it was spiritual. But that control wouldn't last forever. Collapse and legend. By the 16th century, the Saudalur were overthrown by a warrior named Isokalekal, a semi-mythical figure said to have come from the west with a band of rebels. Some say he was a fallen god. Others, a foreign prince. He invaded, defeated the ruling dynasty, and ended centuries of centralized rule. After Isokalekal, Nan Madol declined. No longer the seat of divine kingship, the city was slowly abandoned. Without the resources or belief system to sustain it, the structures began to decay. The mangroves crept in. The stone walls became silent. Today, only moss and legend remain. Local oral history still holds Nan Madol in awe. Many Pohnpeians believe the site is sacred or cursed. Stories abound of people who entered the ruins and became ill or never returned. And perhaps they're not wrong to be cautious. The ruins are massive, unsteady in places, and difficult to access. The jungle hides them. The sea slowly swallows them. It's as if the city is trying to disappear, not violently, just quietly, softly, like a stone dream. The great mystery. So many questions linger. Why here? Why build a city where building was hardest? Why water? Was it symbolic of the afterlife? A defense mechanism? A way to reflect the stars? Why so much basalt? Why not wood or coral blocks or something easier to transport? We don't know. Historians still debate whether Nan Madol was primarily a religious center, a royal residence, or a fortified retreat. Whether its builders used slave labor, ritual devotion, or sheer persistence to move the stones, we may never find out. Because the jungle is closing in again, much of the site remains unexcavated. A lack of funding interest and access has left large portions unexplored. Rain erodes the basalt. Roots split the walls. Tides wash away the history, and yet it still stands, 1,000 years later, in the middle of the ocean, unconquered by time. You stand on one of the basalt causeways, feeling the ground move subtly beneath you as the sea breathes in and out. The stones are damp. Your hand traces their sharp edges, still perfectly fitted, still unmortared. You look around. There are no fences, no guards, no crowds, just the ruins and the water and the whisper of leaves. And you understand something. Nan Madol wasn't just a city. It was a statement that even in the most improbable place with no written language and no metal tools, human beings could dream something massive, mysterious, majestic, and then build it stone by stone, island by island, dream by dream. You're high in the Himalayas now, so high that the air is sharp in your lungs and the clouds hang below your feet. Snow crunches under your boots, and prayer flags flutter from jagged rocks. Around you, there's nothing but wind and ice and silence. And then you see it, a small frozen lake, surrounded by bones, human bones, scattered along the shoreline, some still, with flesh clinging to them preserved by the cold. Skulls, ribs, femurs, dozens of them, hundreds. This is Rupkund Lake, often called Skeleton Lake, a glacial basin in northern India that has kept one of the world's strangest secrets buried in plain sight. A lake filled with the dead, and no one knows exactly why. Let's go back to the beginning. A glacial, mystery Rupkund Lake sits at about 16,000 feet above sea level, a place so remote that it's only accessible a few months out of the year. Locals had known about the bones for centuries, and they spun legends to explain them. One tale says a king and his entourage were struck down by the wrath of the goddess Nanda Devi, punished for offending her with music and dance on sacred ground. Others spoke of soldiers lost during a forgotten war, or traders caught in a deadly blizzard, or pilgrims who never returned. But the truth? That would take science. In 1942, a British forest ranger stumbled across the skeletons officially for the first time. Alarmed by the number of bodies, and with World War II raging, he suspected they might be recent deaths, possibly Japanese troops trying to infiltrate British India. But the bones were old, very old. Some were preserved so well that flesh and hair still clung to them. But without modern techniques, the mystery remained frozen, literally and figuratively. That is until modern researchers returned. DNA and carbon dates. In recent decades, scientific teams have examined the remains using carbon dating DNA analysis and stable isotope testing. And what they found only deepened the enigma. There are at least 300 skeletons in and around Rupkund Lake, though only a fraction have been studied. The first round of radiocarbon dating suggested that many of the skeletons date to the 9th century CE, around 850 CE. But then another layer of weirdness emerged. A second group of skeletons appeared to be from much later, around the early 1800s. That's over 1,000 years apart. Two completely different time periods, but in the same place at the same altitude with no signs of burial. And it gets stranger. Who were they? DNA analysis revealed that the people who died here came from diverse genetic backgrounds. The earlier group, from 850 CE, had South Asian ancestry, likely from the Deccan Plateau region, central and southern India. Their isotopes suggested they were vegetarians, and their teeth showed wear consistent with long-distance travel. But the second group, they weren't South Asian, they were Mediterranean, genetically similar to people from modern Crete and Greece. Let that settle in. A group of Mediterranean people in the 1800s somehow ended up at a frozen Himalayan lake, more than 16,000 feet above sea level, and died there. No historical records mention such a journey. No ship logs, no expedition notes, no pilgrimages from the Aegean to the Garhwal Himalayas, just bones and silence. Cause of death. So what killed them? There are no signs of battle wounds, no spears, arrows, or blades, no evidence of disease. The skeletons don't show signs of a prolonged illness or starvation. But many skulls have something chilling in common. Massive blunt force trauma to the top of the head. Not from weapons, not from falling, from above. Some scientists believe the travelers were caught in a sudden freak hailstorm with hailstones the size of cricket balls. With no shelter in the exposed mountain pass, the victims would have been bludgeoned to death by ice falling from the sky. It sounds far-fetched until you remember that hailstorms can be deadly even today. In open terrain, with nowhere to run, giant ice chunks could kill instantly. Local folklore even supports this theory. The legend of the goddess Nanda Devi includes a divine storm sent to punish impiety, where giant stones rained from the sky, killing an entire royal procession. It's not proof, but it's close. A place of pilgrimage. Rupkund lies along a traditional pilgrimage route called the Nanda Devi Raj Jat, which occurs every 12 years. Pilgrims travel over high mountain passes to honor the goddess. It's a long, grueling journey, steep, sacred, and perilous. Some researchers believe the earlier group of skeletons may have been part of this pilgrimage in the 9th century. If so, their presence makes sense. But the Mediterranean group, that remains unsolved. Historians still debate whether they were explorers, mercenaries, colonial administrators, or something else entirely. Could they have been archaeological adventurers looking for lost treasures or testing local myths? Or were they lost wandering in the wrong place at the worst possible time? We may never know. Their bones offer no answers, just more questions. What's left now? Today, Rupkund is both a tourist curiosity and a sacred site. Trekkers visit during the brief summer thaw when the ice melts and the bones emerge once again scattered across the shallows, sun-bleached, silent. The Indian government has tried to protect the site, but looters and visitors have disturbed it over the years. Bones have been moved stolen or thrown back into the lake, clouding the data and complicating analysis. Still, the skeletons remain one of archaeology's greatest cold cases. A mass grave with no murder, a lake filled with bodies, but no clear explanation, and a warning about weather, about hubris, about the vastness of human migration and the fragility of memory. You stand at the water's edge, the wind howling through the ridges. Ice sparkles on the surface. A skull lies just beneath the surface, mouth open as if speaking a final breath to the mountain sky. It isn't eerie, it's reverent. These people came here for something duty devotion, survival, or maybe just a path through the peaks. They didn't make it home, but in a strange way, they're not lost. They became part of the mountain, part of the story, part of us. You're deep underground again. But this isn't like the last time. There's no neat symmetry, no carved columns, no quiet temple sealed by time. This is older, rougher, raw. You're in a cave in South Africa, dimly lit by a flickering headlamp. The rock is warm under your palms. Dust floats in the beam of your light like ancient ash. The walls are narrow, the crawl spaces barely wide enough for a human to pass. And somewhere, through a squeeze barely larger than a mailbox slot, is a room filled with bones. But not just bones, something stranger, smaller, not human but almost. Welcome to the Rising Star Cave System and the discovery of Homo naledi, one of the most controversial and potentially revolutionary finds in paleoanthropology. Because if what we've found here is what it seems to be, then everything we thought we knew about early humans needs to be rewritten. The discovery. In 2013, a pair of cavers exploring the Rising Star System found a narrow vertical chute barely 8 inches wide in places that led to a hidden chamber. Inside, they discovered a scattering of bones embedded in soft sediment. They called in a team. Enter Lee Berger, a paleoanthropologist who had been hunting for unknown human relatives for years. He assembled a group of researchers who could navigate the tight squeezes of the cave, an all-female team of slender scientists, nicknamed the Underground Astronauts. What they brought out from the cave shocked the world. More than 1,500 fossils, representing at least 15 individuals of a previously unknown hominin species. They named it Homo naledi. The anatomy puzzle. Here's what made Homo naledi so bizarre. The skull was small, around 465 to 610 cubic centimeters, about a third the size of a modern human brain. The hands were nearly human, with long fingers suited for climbing. The feet, almost identical to ours, perfectly adapted for walking upright. The hips and shoulders, more primitive, almost ape-like. In other words, Homo naledi was a mosaic, part modern, part ancient. A Frankenstein of evolution if Frankenstein was a 4-foot-tall cave dweller with a lantern-sized brain. Initially, scientists assumed the bones must be very old, maybe 2 million years from the very earliest days of the Homo genus. But in 2017, dating tests came back with a surprise. The bones were only 236,000 to 335,000 years old. That might sound ancient, but in evolutionary terms, it's shockingly young. Homo naledi was alive at the same time as early Homo sapiens, possibly overlapping with Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other archaic humans. And yet, despite its primitive features, it was walking around southern Africa long after most scientists thought such creatures had gone extinct. Which leads to the next puzzle. A burial chamber. The bones weren't scattered randomly. They were placed deliberately deep within a cave system, accessible only through the narrowest passages. There were no signs of predator activity, no flood debris, no other animal remains. It looked like the chamber had been used intentionally over generations as a place to dispose of the dead. In other words, a burial site. Now let that settle in, because this isn't supposed to happen. Deliberate disposal of the dead was long believed to be a modern human behavior, an expression of symbolic thought, of spiritual belief, of awareness of mortality. Yet here was a creature with a brain the size of an orange, carefully depositing its dead in the pitch dark of a cave. That's not animal instinct. That's something else. The implications? Mind-bending. Either Homo naledi was smarter than we thought, or symbolic behavior doesn't require a big brain. And that challenges one of the core assumptions of human evolution, that increased brain size led directly to increased intelligence and culture. Maybe it didn't. Maybe intelligence comes in more forms than we've allowed. Maybe we've been measuring it wrong. Still debated, still mysterious. Not everyone agrees, of course. Some scientists argue that the bones were washed in naturally, or that animals might have dragged them there. Others believe the dating could be wrong, or that Homo naledi wasn't actually disposing of the dead, but fell in by accident one by one. But that explanation wears thin when you realize how tight the cave is. A single drop is hard to explain. 15 individuals. Even more compelling, there are no juvenile prey bones, no scratch marks, no gnawed ends, no mixed faunal remains, just Homo naledi, over and over, buried in silence. Then in 2023, the case took another leap. Berger's team announced that they had found what looked like engraving symbols etched into the cave walls near the remains. Not art exactly, but intentional patterns, crosshatches, lines, circles. If true, it would mean Homo naledi was engaging in abstract marking, carving symbols, leaving memory behind. It might not be art as we know it, but it's something, a whisper in the dark, a mark that says, we were here, rethinking the family tree. If Homo naledi really was disposing of its dead, possibly marking the event, possibly returning to the same place over generations, then what else could it have done? Could it have used Fire Tool's language? Could we have completely missed an entire species' culture simply because we assumed it couldn't exist? Historians and anthropologists are still grappling with these questions. Some are excited, others are skeptical. The field is divided but energized, because Homo naledi suggests that the human family tree is not a ladder. It's a bush, messy, tangled, full of side branches. Species like Homo naledi may not have led directly to us, but they were part of the same neighborhood. Maybe we borrowed ideas from them. Maybe they borrowed from us. Maybe we existed side by side, unaware of each other. Or maybe we remember them in ways we've forgotten, in myth, in legend, in shadows. What's left behind? You crawl back out of the cave, blinking into the light. The sun is bright. Birds chatter in the scrub. You feel like you've stepped out of time. Back at the surface, you look down into the entrance. A narrow slit in the earth, a doorway to the past, and maybe to something more. Homo naledi is gone now, extinct, forgotten by the rocks for over 200,000 years. But its bones still speak of family, of ritual, of meaning, of minds we can't measure, but maybe should stop underestimating. You run your hand along the edge of the stone. You think of that chamber deep below, the silence, the dust, the bones curled in the dark, and you realize they weren't alone, not then and not now. You're surrounded by jungle, now thick green and humming with life. The air is hot and heavy, and somewhere nearby, a monkey screams like it's announcing your arrival. Through the trees, past creeping vines and shattered stones, the towers rise, 5 of them shaped like lotus buds. They belong to Angkor Wat, the world's largest religious monument deep in the heart of Cambodia. It's stunning. It's symmetrical. It's precise. But what most visitors don't realize is that the real miracle of Angkor isn't just the temples. It's the engineering. And the people who pulled it off. We've almost completely forgotten them. Let's start with the numbers. Angkor Wat was built in the early 12th century, commissioned by King Suryavarman II. Legend dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. The complex stretches over 400 acres, its central temple adorned with bas-reliefs covering more than half a mile of wall space. Each block of sandstone, millions of them, was quarried 30 miles away, transported across rivers, and laid with such precision that no mortar was needed. And it wasn't alone. Angkor Wat is just one structure in a vast city complex called Angkor, which at its peak supported up to 750,000 people, a population rivaling medieval London, Paris, or Rome. This was the capital of the Khmer Empire, one of the most advanced civilizations in Southeast Asia. But its greatness didn't come from gold or conquest. It came from water, the hydrological empire. The true genius of Angkor wasn't spiritual, it was hydraulic. Over the course of centuries, the Khmer engineers developed a massive system of canals, reservoirs, moats, and embankments to control the seasonal flooding of the region. Their crowning achievements were the Berais, huge man-made reservoirs, some stretching 5 miles long and 1.5 miles wide. These weren't just swimming pools. They were carefully designed to regulate the flow of water from the surrounding hills and rivers, channeling it toward the fields, temples, and homes of the Angkorian population. This system allowed them to grow rice year-round in an area with intense monsoon cycles and dry spells. In an age when most cities were at the mercy of seasonal rains, Angkor could store, divert, and deploy water like a living machine. And they did it all without modern pumps, steel tools, or computers. Just observation, ingenuity, trial and error, and teamwork on a colossal scale. Even today, satellite imagery reveals the scars of this system etched across the land. Straight canals, rectangular ponds, massive dikes hidden beneath modern roads and rice paddies. The Khmer weren't just building temples to the gods. They were building control over nature, decline, and disappearance. And then it disappeared, not all at once, not in fire, not in war, but in stages. By the 15th century, the city of Angkor had been largely abandoned. The capital moved south. The jungle crept in. For centuries, Angkor was known only to local villagers who considered the ruins sacred. French explorers rediscovered it in the 19th century, although it had never truly been lost to the Cambodian people. So what happened? For a long time, scholars blamed invasion, particularly by the Ayutthaya Kingdom of Siam, now Thailand. Others pointed to religious shifts as the region transitioned from Hinduism to Buddhism. But modern research tells a different story. It was the water, specifically the failure of the water system. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the region experienced a series of severe droughts, followed by intense floods. The delicate hydrological network, designed for a more stable climate, began to fail. Canals silted up, dikes burst, reservoirs dried out or overflowed. The system that had sustained Angkor for centuries couldn't adapt fast enough. And without that control, the city unraveled. People left. The forest grew. The temples endured, but the city vanished. A high-tech society brought low not by enemies or plague, but by climate instability. Sound familiar? The people behind the stone. What's often missing from the story of Angkor is the human side. We marvel at the architecture, the carvings, the scale. But what about the people who made it? The workers, the engineers, the planners, the farmers. They weren't anonymous. They were trained artisans, organized labor crews, canal diggers, and stone masons who likely lived in wooden homes, now long gone. Their names erased by time. The walls of Angkor are covered with divine stories, Hindu epics, scenes of battles and gods. But here and there in hidden corners, you find graffiti, tiny human moments, a visitor's name scratched into the wall, a poem, a quick sketch of a dancer, someone carving their memory into stone while no one was looking. It's a whisper of presence, of individuality, of a life lived beneath the grandeur, a city ahead of its time. In many ways, Angkor was a prototype for the modern city. It had zoning residential areas, sacred districts, farmland. It had transportation infrastructure with roads and bridges. It had logistics, resource management, and multi-level government, all sustained by the engineering miracle of moving water. Historians still debate whether Angkor was a fully urbanized city in the modern sense, or more of a ceremonial hub surrounded by dispersed villages. But one thing is clear: it worked for centuries. And when it failed, it wasn't because the people weren't smart enough. It was because even genius has limits when facing the chaos of nature. The fall of Angkor isn't just a story of loss. It's a story of resilience. Even after the capital moved, even after the jungle reclaimed the land Cambodian culture endured, the temples were never destroyed. They became part of Buddhist tradition. The Khmer people adapted, moved, survived, and today, Angkor Wat stands not just as a ruin, but as a symbol of Cambodia itself. It appears on the national flag. It is the heartbeat of a people who refuse to vanish. A walk through the stones. You walk across the causeway toward the main temple. Lotus ponds ripple in the breeze. The towers rise ahead, their tips dark against the glowing sky. You pass carvings of gods, warriors, elephants, kings, but you also pass a stone basin, maybe once part of the water system, and you realize the greatest miracle here might not be what was built. It might be how it worked, how a civilization of farmers and engineers, monks and kings turned jungle into empire, not with conquest, but with water, with rhythm, with balance. You stop beneath one of the towers, the stone warm in the sun. A monk walks by in orange-robed sandals, scuffing the stone. A butterfly drifts past your face. Somewhere nearby, a child laughs. The city is gone, but the soul still here. You're standing on a rocky coast. The ocean crashes below waves, booming against black volcanic cliffs. The sky is a pale, stubborn gray, and the wind slices through your jacket like it's made of paper. This isn't a warm place. It's not lush or gentle. It's Orkney, a cluster of islands just north of mainland Scotland. Remote, windswept, and often forgotten until you start digging. Because buried beneath this rough soil is one of the most mysterious and advanced Stone Age settlements in Europe. Older than Stonehenge, older than the Great Pyramids. And so, precisely built that it feels like time cheated and dropped a piece of the future into the past. Welcome to Skara Brae, a Neolithic village that rewrites what we think we know about prehistoric people. Let's go back to the beginning, the storm that revealed a secret. In 1850, a violent storm slammed into Orkney. The sea tore at the coast, ripping earth and grass and stone from a low mound near the shore. When the wind finally settled, what it left behind wasn't just erosion, it was history. 8 dwellings carved into the earth, connected by covered passageways, still intact, still filled with furniture, and no one had seen them In over 4,000 years, Skara Brae had been buried, hidden, preserved, not just as ruins, but as a home. Let's walk inside. Inside a Neolithic home. Each house is laid out the same way: a central hearth, stone beds, shelving carved directly into the walls. There are dressers, storage nooks, even carved drains. Every element is functional, logical, designed, and they were all made before metal tools, before the wheel, before writing. These were people still carving stone with stone, and yet they had indoor plumbing. Yeah, plumbing. Each house had a drainage system, possibly connected to a primitive latrine. Some even had waterproof tanks possibly used to store fish or shellfish. In other words, these weren't grunting cave dwellers. They were engineers, minimalist, modern, and strangely familiar. You could imagine living here, curled up by the hearth, your tools on the shelf, your kids playing in the corner. It doesn't feel like the Stone Age. It feels like yesterday. Who were they? The people of Skara Brae lived around 2200 BCE, making the village roughly 5,000 years old. They were part of a broader Neolithic culture that flourished across the British Isles, one that built stone circles, chambered tombs, and astrological monuments aligned with the stars. Nearby, you'll find Mythical, a massive burial mound, aligned so that the setting sun on the winter solstice shines directly into its passage, like Newgrange in Ireland. Like other sacred sites, built not just with stone, but with time. These people were farmers and fishers raising cattle, growing barley crafting tools from bone and flint. They traded with other communities across the islands and possibly the mainland. Artifacts found at Skara Brae include decorative beads, painted pottery, and even carved stones whose purpose we still don't understand. They left no writing, no names, but they left design, symmetry, a sense of intentional living, and then they left, vanishing into time. No one knows exactly why Skara Brae was abandoned. For years, it was believed that a sudden storm forced the villagers to flee, but the evidence doesn't quite support that. There are no signs of panic, no scattered bones, no toppled furniture. More likely, the site was gradually overtaken by sand and sea. As the climate shifted, the village may have become less sustainable. Soil erosion, salt intrusion, rising tides, any of these could have made life here harder. So the people left, not in fear, but with care, and the wind did the rest. It wrapped the village in silence for nearly 5 millennia until we came along. What they left us, the most extraordinary thing about Skara Brae, is not what we see, it's what we feel. The layout, the design, the human touches, they all whisper something very modern comfort. These were people who didn't just survive, they nested. They designed homes that were warm, communal, and functional. They weren't just reacting to the world, they were shaping it. And that flips our usual idea of primitive. Because if this is primitive, what does that make us? Skara Brae reminds us that intelligence doesn't follow a timeline. You don't need bronze to be clever. You don't need books to plan a village. You don't need modernity to be human. Historians still debate the details. Was the village seasonal or year-round? Were the inhabitants part of a larger settlement complex? How did they view the afterlife, the cosmos, the self? We don't know, because they left no voice, only space, only stone, only the shape of lives long lived and then let go. The final room. You stand in one of the homes, the ceiling long gone, The walls barely shoulder height now. The stone bed sits empty. The dresser faces the door. You realize that you're standing in the same footprints someone else stood in 5,000 years ago. Not metaphorically, literally. This was someone's house, and it still is. You're just visiting. There's no grandeur here, no towering statues or hidden gold, just cleverness, warmth, permanence, not in size but in design. You step out into the wind. The sea crashes below. Clouds drift above ancient fields. Time presses in again. But just for a moment in that room it cracked, and you saw through it.